What's good, poopers? Have any good poops lately? Ready to get this party started. Are we ready? Are we ready to party? Are you prepared to party? Are you feeling prepared to party today? Let's go. Hello, everyone. Hello, Redclaw. Hello, Burbear. Hello, Weetoki. Hello, Sock Now. Hello, Girl Gone Wild 24/7. Hello, Kidde the Senpai. Hello, Baby Dame. Saying hello to all my chatters. Hello, Sun and Man. Sun and Man. Sonnenmann 8. aus Deutschland, Sonnenmann? Oder bist du aus Österreich? Oder Liechtenstein? Ich bin aus Deutschland. Der Vaterland ist sehr gut. Aber Zionism ist nicht so gut. We've got a few community members from Germany. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. You know, it's true. We are born to be alive. I hadn't thought of it that way. The thought had never crossed my mind. All right. Here we go. It's time. It's time. I'm gonna test out some new tones. Let's try this one. Let's see how that one. See how that one works. Okay. Alright. I feel it. Hello. Hello, and welcome. Welcome back to the Brain Domain, where we take a look at that thing that's floating around inside your skull. We say, what can I do about this? We're taking a look under the hood. We're gonna do some tune-ups. I don't know about you, but I operate under the mindset that your brain should work for you rather than against you. So let's see what we can do about it. I'm gonna hold you here until enough people say hello. That's just me being dramatic. I just feel like being a little dramatic at the moment. So just humor me. Just humor me, please. That's all I ask. Just humor me. We've alerted the Discord. The signal fires have been lit. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Christina Amazon. Hello, Dia Diani. You know what it feels like sometimes? Being a streamer and trying to pronounce people's usernames correctly, it can sometimes feel like being a teacher in a classroom and you're taking attendance and you're like, now how do I pronounce this one? You know what I mean? You're like, I'm gonna butcher this one, which is, you know. Smokahontas, hello. One of my other Germany viewers. Ich liebe Deutschland. Hello everybody, welcome back. Welcome back, it's Tuesday, we're back on our regular schedule. It was a tad late today. I was out running some errands. Casey needed my help with some stuff, so we were out taking care of things. But we're here now, so that's what matters. You know, the past is in the past. We should probably just let that go and move on. Saitalik, hello and welcome. Hello, welcome. Welcome. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I was looking at something. Well, let's take a look at this real quick. I was taking a look, and I'm gonna have to adjust this window, so give me just a moment. I was looking at where my viewers are coming from. And I gotta say, where are my Ireland viewers at? I need to become more popular in Ireland. My Ireland numbers are shit. Look at this. Less than 1%. Whenever I eventually go to Ireland, I need to fucking show up. I need to turn out. I need there to be people who know who I am. So that whenever I go to the pub, they'll be like, hey! You know what I mean? I have a lot of Irish in my ancestry, so I want to feel welcomed when I return to the homeland. I want to feel welcomed. So we've got one person in Ireland. You know, if you're that one person in Ireland who watches this channel, please don't go. I can't. If that number went down to 0, I would die. But maybe, you know, mention me at the pub, or, you know, bring a friend. And then we've got a, as far as I know, singular Jordanian. Isn't that cool? By my own metric, you are the coolest person in the entire country. Because you're the one person in that country that watches my show. So that, by my metric, makes you the coolest person in that entire country. That must feel pretty good. That must be... G&G, how's it going? So I know who some of our Portuguese viewers are. I don't know who's from the Netherlands. I'm sorry I'm always talking shit about the Dutch language, but I can't help it. It's really goofy. If I've offended you, let me know. We'll square it away. We'll come to a mutual understanding. We'll talk it out. We got people from Spain. We got people from France. I know we've got some people from Sweden. English words are Dutch, not gonna lie though. I know, but that's why Dutch sounds so funny, is because it sounds enough like English to where my brain wants to understand it, but it's just different enough to sound like gibberish. Like if you say the man is dead, in English, that's what it is. In Dutch, der man ist dude. So I understand that the reason why Dutch is so funny to me is because it's just close enough to my language where I can understand a decent amount of it, but the rest of it, it's just like, what? Like, what is this combination of consonants and vowels? I've never heard a sound like this before in my life. But that was also kind of what it was like learning German. My strength in learning German is knowing that most German people speak better English than native English speakers. Because in Germany, they teach you how to speak English from the time you're in kindergarten, which, by the way, is a German word, because they invented it. I can get it. Yeah, you know, and I'm not going to say that English isn't weird. I'm like, we have words that look the same but are pronounced entirely differently depending on the context that they are used in. So that's where the confusion of English comes from. In other languages where it's like gendered, and it's like, why do I need to know whether my washing machine is masculine or feminine? Why is sausage a feminine noun? It doesn't make any sense. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's like, do I need to know what gender the mailbox is? No. It's a mailbox. It's a thing. Why does it need a gender? Anyway. Gendered case. Growing up in a culture where we don't use gendered case for our nouns, the concept is just very bizarre to me. I will just... I don't get it. I don't... The thing is I've talked to people who have grown up speaking those languages, and some of them are like, yeah, we don't get it either. It's just kind of what we do. We're just used to it. I'm like, okay, well then why do you keep doing it? Because we've done it historically, thus we must always do it, even though it is silly and weird. Finland. We got a Finnish viewer. So I know, and the ones where it says less than 1%, it's probably safe to say that that's like one person. But a lot of these ones where it's just 1%, that's like 2 people probably, 2 or 3 people maybe. And then we've got some Germans. And then we've got some British people. We also have some Australians, which I think is awesome, because I'm like, Australia? I'm like, what time is it in Australia right now? I've also had some people drop by from Indonesia and the Philippines, so, pretty cool. And then we got a bunch of Americans. It's like, all right. To be expected. It really, I find it really interesting that you've got people all over the world who tune into my little web show. Isn't that fun? This is just a moment of gratitude for me. This is why I'm... The road to joy is paved in gratitude, as I like to say. German is confusing due to agglutination. I'm going to be completely honest, I have never heard that word before in my entire life. Agglutination. I'm interested in linguistics, but I've never studied linguistics in a formal way. So, as far as I know, that is a word. It's not just a word that was made up. But I have never seen that word in my entire life. Agglutination, if you had to ask me what that was, I was like, is that the process of putting caps on the end of shoelaces? Because the caps on the end of your shoelaces, that is known as an aglet. It means hyper-compound noun. Okay. Yeah, those are funny. Those are funny in German. Like, if you have if you're trying to describe a thing, you will just continue to tack on adjectives to that word, but it will link to that word, so it just makes for one really long word. Meaning that you end up finding stuff like this. Grundstücksverhend gehen in Minguns. I give up. 67 letters. Also, whenever they use numbers, it's all just one long ass word. So the word for 700,000, it's 707. This is the word for a Social Security Assistant trainee. High performance liquid chromatography. Insurance companies providing legal protection. Motor vehicle liability insurance? Do you have to carry a card around that has this word on it? Oh, they shorten it, they abbreviate it, but not very much. Not very much.
Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung.
This is why I quit learning German at the point that I did. I'm like, there's just no way. I'm like, how would I figure this out? No, you see what they do? They just continue to add words to it to make it one thing, and it can get confusing. But if you understand German people, you'll also, that's a very German way to approach a design situation in your linguistics. You can learn a lot about a people by studying their art and studying their language, but also in studying their food. You know, you can learn more about their philosophies by studying their culture. Hi, I'm gay. Hi, gay. But shout out to all the internationals. Also, what I find really interesting about doing this is it gives me a much greater insight into what mental health is like in other countries. You know, and this isn't something that I've really even started to think about until relatively recently. It's like, yeah, I've lived and worked under the American mental health care system. And you forget it's totally different in other places. So that's been something that's been really eye-opening for me. Because to my understanding, the United States has some of the best mental health care in the world. If you can afford it. If you can have access to it, because it's an access issue. What's the difference between confidence and overconfident? A thread. The difference between confidence and overconfident is perspective. Was this a voted poll or automatic? That was automatic. That was in the data that Twitch gives me, that list of viewers. Or are you talking about those German words we were looking at? In reference to what? Happy Pride Month. It's always Pride Month in your heart. Oh, the country list. Yeah, that's in the data that Twitch gives me. And it doesn't capture everybody, because I have had some people, like, but it's been a little while since they popped up, and also I don't know if Twitch collects those data metrics for like every country. But I've had some people who were like from complete opposite side of the world, like Thailand, the Philippines, Australia. Pretty cool. The difference between confidence and overconfident. realistic expectations and having a realistic understanding of your abilities is the difference. Overconfidence is compensation. You're making up for something with extra confidence as a way to bridge that gap. It's sometimes easy to spot the difference. Like if you see some, okay, now I'm not gonna try to, I'm gonna do this in a way that I don't describe a person's body. I'm not gonna do any body shaming in this. But let's say you see somebody who drives a lifted truck, and this is the type of truck where it doesn't look like it's seen a day of work in its life. They bought this truck just because they want to drive a truck, not because they actually use it for truck things. And it's got all of these modifications to it that make it spew out big black clouds of soot. And they've got a big set of truck nuts hanging off the back. And it's just the gaudiest, tackiest thing you've ever seen. That to me is overconfidence. At least in my perspective and of my view of the world. Now, could I be being judgmental in this way? Maybe in some instances. There are probably some perfectly kind people who drive that kind of truck. But just based on what I've seen, this is overconfidence to me. So overconfidence can sometimes be easy to spot. It's in those people who puff out their chest, who do a lot of peacocking. You know, they'll start strutting around. They'll start showing these like signs of agitation and aggression. They're overacting. They're trying to prove their own confidence to themselves because they don't believe in it, and so they overcompensate. So the thing about confidence is that we try to show it outwardly for different reasons. Sometimes it's to convince other people that we are confident. Sometimes it's to convince ourselves that we are confident. But in my experience, true confidence comes from having a realistic understanding of yourself and what it is you're capable of. It's about how you carry yourself. You know, do you hold your head high when you walk through the room? Do you greet people enthusiastically? Do you express your genuine self without shame? That to me is confidence. And what I originally said was that the difference is very thin. And it's also due to perspective, because you might view someone as being overconfident. And I'm not saying you as in you specifically, I'm speaking hypothetically. Let's say a person views another person as overconfident. Perhaps it's because they themselves aren't very confident, and so by comparison, an actually confident person might be viewed as overconfident because they are more confident than you are. I would say that that's a part of it, just perspective. But I would also say another part is hyping yourself up or talking up your own abilities can sometimes give the impression of overconfidence. Like, let's say that you were talking to somebody who's an expert at something. Maybe they're a surgeon, and they're talking about how easy it is to remove somebody's appendix. Because by all means, this is a very routine surgery. You're normally in and out. They can do these things in just a matter of minutes. It's not that complicated. But for somebody who's never done surgery before and who wouldn't even know where to begin, if they were to hear a surgeon talking about just how easy it is to do an appendectomy, they might think this guy's overconfident or this person is overconfident. Another thing about confidence is that sometimes other people may view you as confident, while you might not feel very confident. And so confidence in some ways is in the eye of the beholder. So I'll end this with, if you want to feel more confident about yourself or just in your life, what I would recommend doing is visualizing a more confident version of yourself. What would that look like? What would I be doing? How would I carry myself? What would my thoughts be like? How would it feel if I were a little bit more confident? Get to know that version of yourself so that you can start to become that version of yourself. And I would say 9 times out of 10, the best place to start is posture. Give yourself a confident posture. Because what you might notice is that it's really difficult to have a confident state of mind if you're holding your body in an unconfident way. What do you think makes you feel more confident? Being like this? Or being like this? What do you think makes you feel more confident? Start with the posture. TikTok. Is this app gonna get banned or not? We'll have to see. Do you think they'll be able to do it? Do you think they'll be able to shut it down legally? Like, how do you even shut that thing down? Like, couldn't they just start a new company that's based in America and then just transfer everything over? Like, I feel like this is a problem that you can't really do anything about. I use it instead of Google. For what type of thing? I could see the point in it. Hi Josh, I'm gay. Hi gay, I'm Josh. It happened again. They got me again. Alright, what's this TikTok about?
They sit down. Okay, high five. Yes, now good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Stay. Okay, okay, now sit. Good job.
I feel like those are good things to search TikTok for. You know, hobby related stuff, travel related stuff, yeah, I would agree. But if like I need to look up like a historical event, or you know, I'm trying to research like some type of topic, I normally will take that to Google. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this dog that has been groomed to look like a skeleton? I've heard mixed opinions. I've seen this dog. I've heard mixed opinions on this. I don't think the dog cares. The thing is, not all dogs are the same. There are some dogs that will seem perfectly fine with this type of thing, but then there are other dogs that it will probably cause a bit of stress. You know, it might throw them off balance. So I think it by and large depends on the dog. I guess this is one of those things where it's like, if other people want to do this, like, go for it, but it's not something that I would ever do. Because I personally don't like the concept of treating, like, don't get me wrong, I'll put little outfits on the dogs. I'll put little outfits on the dogs, but those are temporary, and those you can take off, and they kind of do seem to like it, actually, when I put little outfits on them. They get all big-headed and they like to think that they're people. That's the same thing. I would say it's different because it's not long-lasting. It's like, if they are uncomfortable with it, you can take it off right away. If they're uncomfortable with the fact that you dyed their fur, you can't really undo that easily. Again, I will reiterate, I think it depends on the dog, because not all dogs have the same priorities, not all dogs have the same smell capacities. Just like there are just like there are people with sensory issues, like, what makes you think dogs are any different? There are people out there who it would bother them to have any type of modification done to their body, even if it's like changing your hair color. So I feel like there must be dogs that are the same way. Like, that seems to make sense to me. And again, I will say, I don't care if people want to do this, but, like, know your dog and know if this is something that's going to stress your dog out, or if this is something your dog's going to be okay with. Don't just do this just so you can get likes and follows and publicity. Like, don't do that to your dog if it's something your dog isn't clearly okay with. So that's where I stand on it. Like, if you do it in a safe and responsible way, go for it. That's my stance. If you do it in a safe and responsible way, I have no problem with it. But I feel like there are people out there who don't. Like, there are definitely irresponsible pet owners out there who will just use their pets for clout. That being said, this is pretty wild, though.
Okay, I'll sit.
Like, what do you do after Halloween, though? You're just stuck in this costume for a while. What happens after Halloween? So now I've just seen some discourse online about dyeing your dog's fur. So I just wanted to try to find a good stance on that. You know what I mean? Not trying to ruin anybody's fun. I'm just encouraging responsibility. All right. Narcissistic parents. If you noticed in the title bar, narcissistic parents. One of the things that I thought we would do today is we were going to take a look at the Raised by Narcissists subreddit. We're going to see what's been going on. If you haven't heard of it before, there is a subreddit known as Raised by Narcissists, and it's a pretty large community. It's got almost 1 million members. But it's basically just a large support group for people who were raised by narcissistic parents. Hi. Hey, Mai. Oh, there was something I wanted to talk about because you had posted about this earlier. And so I wanted to talk about it for a minute. If you have been to college, you've probably noticed this, so hopefully you can vouch for me on this. But one of the things that you will notice going into college is that there are going to be people there who want to treat it like high school. And so they will be cliquey, they will be dramatic, they will, just play those old games that people used to play in high school. But what you will also notice is that there are people there who are more adult. They are more grown up. And they will be more accommodating and welcoming and kind. And what I would say is if you're just starting off in college and you're trying to navigate that, focus on finding people who feel more emotionally mature, I guess. Especially if you're trying to distance yourself from the clickiness and the drama from high school. My parents were such narcissists. My mom was and is a narcissist. This is probably going to be re-traumatizing. I mean, we're not going to be digging up into your life. We're going to be looking at other people's lives so that hopefully you can feel like you can relate. Because I feel like that's an important part of healing. Even though it's not, necessarily fun to hear that other people have had to deal with things that we've dealt with, but it does give us a feeling of, well, at least I'm not alone in this. Because that's what trauma can do to a person, is it can really make you feel like, I am alone in this. Nobody has felt this feeling before. So I would say, rather than view it as re-traumatizing, I would open up to the possibility that this could open up some avenues of healing. So, why is it that so many parents fall into narcissistic behavior traits? Why could this be? Let's think about this for a minute. It was one of the most sexist things I've ever heard. Just because I'm a woman, I'm supposed to be a distraction for him because I never did something other than trying to study. That is so that is honestly wild. Like, you would not expect this type of thing to happen in 2024. You would think of this type of thing to happen, like, 30 years ago. This sounds like something that would happen in the 80s or the 90s. They're like, yeah, we can't have you in our study group. You're distracting the men. I'm like, what? It's the same kind of shit where they'll have rules like, oh, if you are a girl in school, you can't wear certain things, even though they're not even, like, bad. It's like you can't wear, like, a tank top. You can't wear, like, you know, it's nothing bad. It's like, oh, you can't show too much shoulder. It's like, why are we policing women's bodies? Why aren't we being more critical of the people who are objectifying women? Like, why is the burden of responsibility put onto a woman for existing and not onto the unga bunga booba obsessed for being unga bunga booba obsessed? Yes?
Oh.
What's up?
Don't show me, don't show me.
Oh, okay.
I wanted you to see it.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Think they
Creepy.
pulled it off.
Oh yeah, definitely. Looks really good. What I would respond with is, do you think that the fact that he assaulted me is why I'm disturbed by the fact that he assaulted me isn't more of a distraction to you? Like, why isn't that distracting? The fact that this guy's a groper. Start calling this shit out. You don't have to stand for it. You don't have to be quiet about it. And then, because you're at a point in your development where you have to start making your feelings and your opinions very clear. That's kind of what college is all about. It's about finding your voice. It's about figuring out what matters to you and finding people who resonate with those same ideas. So, say how you feel, and then find people who say, you know what, I agree with you. Men shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be your fault or your responsibility. Without a doubt, one of the dumbest things I have heard in recent memory. Like, it's pathetic. It's childish. And you're in college now, so you don't have to hang out with children. You can hang out with adults because you're an adult. And that's what you'll find when you're in college, is that there are going to be people who are there to act like kids, and those are typically the people who end up dropping out in the first, year or two. Because they don't take it seriously. Because you do have to take it seriously. Start your own group. Start inviting people from your classes. Just be like, hey, I'm starting a new study group. Just go find some people who, look like they're cool. Or not even look, just people that you look like. Actually, you know what? Don't even bother with what they look like. Just go up to more people in your classes and say, hey, I'm starting a study group that's going to meet at this time. If you want to join, you can meet me. I'll have a room reserved. Just start your own study group. Fuck them. You don't need them. You would want to be in that study group anyway. That study group sucks. Also, they're all probably going to fail their test. If they have to blame a woman for being a distraction as far as why they can't study, they're hopeless. Because that's the type of person who's like, I can't study because I can't keep scrolling through Instagram at all these thirst traps. I'm gonna blame women for all my problems. Why are they so distracting to me? Damn it! You should just show up to their study group anyway, but in a handmaid's outfit. Just be like, don't worry, I've removed all distraction. I will hide myself. I will be unseen. Fear not. I'll try to change them. You don't have to. It's up to them to, like, you don't have to, like, you can try, but if they're not willing to listen, don't waste your time. Because there are people who already will agree, because the stance that you're taking is not that radical. The stance that you're trying, don't waste time trying to convince people if they're not easily swayed that sexism and misogyny are bad. If they are okay with sexism and misogyny, that's a tall fucking order. Like, do you really need me to teach it to you that all people should be treated fairly and with dignity? The bad thing is that my friend was so sweet minutes before saying that. Yeah, because sometimes people will be that way. Be two-faced. It happens. I think I have a daydreaming issue. I made myself do my work because I imagined a hero of a guy telling me to do it in a gentle voice, a fake guy who's not real. But you had the thought. You had the thought. Is the thought not real? Is the thought not real? You had the thought and it happened. So here's the thing. This is actually one of the things that people will do when they practice visualization. I'm imagining a future version of myself who can help to encourage me. How cooked are we as a society where you were able to successfully motivate yourself using the power of your own mind, and we label it a daydreaming issue? It's not a daydreaming issue. You don't have an issue. You successfully visualized. You were able to find encouragement from within yourself, which is what so many people struggle with trying to do. You did the thing. So you don't need to label it as an issue. How is this not a strength? This is a W. Your inner monologue told you to do it in a gentle voice. Your inner monologue. You know, a lot of people don't actually have an inner monologue. People with no internal monologue explain what it's like in their head. Earlier this year, a lot of people were surprised to discover that some people don't have an internal monologue, while those people who don't were surprised to learn other people do. Having only ever lived in your own head, it's pretty weird to discover that other people think differently than you do. For instance, I assume that everyone else had an internal monologue, like mine, That monologue is voiced by Patrick Stewart. To think that some people don't have a monologue portrayed by Captain Picard is weird enough, without discovering that they hear nothing at all. It blows my mind my inner monologue won't ever shut up. Like, I can engage my inner monologue, but my inner monologue is also cool with just chilling. I hear it in my voice. Tad narcissistic, wouldn't you say? I'm kidding. I'm joking. The thing about it is that you can change the voice if you think about it. And so if your your inner monologue is basically just you paying attention to whatever your current line of thinking is. And sometimes we do this in like a conversational way. I would take a look at your inner monologue like this. If your inner monologue won't ever shut the fuck up, it's because it's trying to get your attention about something, but it might not be whatever it is that your inner monologue is actually telling you about at this point in time. There is something within you that needs your attention, which is why you're engaged in such a hectic dialogue with yourself. It's like you're looking through a room to find something, but you're not really quite sure what you're looking for. So my recommendation is if your monologue is inner monologue is very hectic, don't listen necessarily to what it's telling you about. Just recognize that it's trying to figure something out, which is why it's trying so eagerly to get your attention. But whatever it is that it is talking about might not be whatever it is that you're actually trying to seek. So my recommendation is give yourself time to search and figure out what that is, and then see how your inner monologue adjusts. Spoiler alert, a lot of those realizations that you're going to come to will be, I guess it is okay to let this go. When you start following those threads to their end, what you will realize is that when you get there, it either is, I want to keep this. This is sacred to me. I want to hold on to this forever. Or, I don't think I do need this. Why should I remember that embarrassing thing that happened to me in the 3rd grade? So I think part of having an inner monologue is not that it is something that you either have or you don't have, but I think some people do it at certain times. Like if you're sitting there trying to figure out a problem and you're like, all right, let's think about this. So let's say that you have 2 and then you add 2 more to it. So we're doing addition and it's 2 plus 2 and I'm trying to figure out what the sum of that is. Let's figure this out. So the thing about internal monologue is sometimes we will engage it when we need to, but some people it's just kind of on consistently. And so if yours is on consistently, you know, what is its function? Is it there to try to narrate? Because a lot of people have an inner monologue just as a way of narrating their everyday experiences. Or is it trying to figure something out? Is it trying to process something? Is it carrying too much stuff and it's trying to figure out what stuff I can let go so that I can lighten the load a little bit? It's probably that one. So, about the inner monologue is that sometimes we will label our inner monologue as intrusive thoughts when these thoughts make us uncomfortable. Or it puts us in a position where it's stuff that we don't want to think about, or maybe it's something that's like, sometimes people have intrusive thoughts where it's just like they'll walk past somebody on a street and they will have an intrusive thought that's just like, here's something really awful and terrible that I could say to this person. And it's not because they actually think that about that person. It's not because they actually want to say that thing, because this thought actually makes them feel uncomfortable. And so one of the things that our thought processes are doing, and one of the reasons why we have these intrusive thoughts, is because it's our brain trying to figure out what is real to me. Is this a type of thing that I would like to do? And then you say, oh no, of course not. That would be terrible. Why would I ever do that? And then you start to feel bad about yourself because you thought it in the first place, when all that your brain was trying to do was figure out, hey, is this something that I actually want to do? So don't punish yourself for having a thought. Actions are the things that you should worry about. Mine are more like, what if this person just decided I'm their next victim? Is this person following me? Don't let your amygdala hog the microphone. The thing about your internal monologue is also that it can change depending on the type of part of the brain that you have active at that point in time. And so if the center of your brain that creates those feelings of anxiety and fear are more active, guess who's got the microphone? Conversely, if you're feeling sentimental and you're practicing gratitude, it's like your inner monologue shifts into those regions of the brain because that's where the activity is. Do you see where I'm going with this? If you want to redirect, let's look at it as stage time. Let's say that the different parts of your brain you have allocated different amounts of stage time. They only get so much time in the spotlight. Who's hogging the spotlight? Who's hogging the microphone? And who do you want to free up more time for? Do you want to free up more time for the joyful, compassionate parts of your mind? You want to free it up for the more creative side of yourself? I still have to go to work every day, but I have a lot of anxiety when I'm out in public. When are you gonna sign up for karate? The general bit of advice for self-defense is take something of yours that is hard and pointy and sharp and put it into something that is soft and squishy of the person that is trying to attack you. That's the general concept beneath it. But honestly, like, I don't care how big you are or what size you are, like, you could be a tiny person. If you can grab a person by the pinky and then twist it in the opposite direction that their pinky normally goes, their whole body will follow. I don't care if you weigh 100 pounds and they weigh 300 pounds, they will follow their pinky finger. Grab them by the pinky. And then yank on that thing like you're trying to tear it off. That is self-defense. Well, like learning self-defense, especially like women's self-defense, to protect them against like predatory men, is always something that I've been passionate about. Because I'm the oldest brother and I have younger sisters. Having a dog is also really helpful. Like, nobody wants to get bit by a dog. Nobody. Alright. We're caught up on the question box for now, so while we're waiting for the question box to fill up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop over to the Raised by Narcissists subreddit, and we're gonna read some stories from people who have been dealing with narcissistic parents. Something that a lot of people could find relatable. But I asked a question earlier, and we kind of got sidetracked, but it's something that I wanted to discuss. Why is it that parents will adopt these narcissistic trends? And that's the way that I like to refer to it, because when you start throwing around the label of narcissist, there's stigma involved in that, and not everybody who practices narcissistic behaviors is a diagnosable narcissist. We tend to save that label for the most severe. But everybody from time to time will possibly have a little bit of a narcissistic trend. And I'm not saying that everybody's a narcissist. That's not it at all. But there will be times where, you know, maybe you don't really want to accept accountability, or, you know, maybe it's easier to, you know, displace that blame onto someone else, because a narcissistic trend or narcissistic behaviors, they really tie into the fact that human beings like to seek pleasure and avoid pain, and accountability and blame and responsibility can sometimes be painful. And so that's why people will engage in these types of coping mechanisms. People who engage in narcissistic behaviors don't think that they're that great. They don't actually have a very high sense of self. In reality, they engage in these types of behaviors because deep down they are very fragile. They're very frail. They are wounded. And they engage in these types of behaviors to avoid feeling that pain. They have a big weak spot and they're trying to avoid it getting hit, and so they put on a really thick set of armor. So why is it that so many people tend to adopt these types of trends? And I would say generational trauma. Absolutely. Generational trauma definitely plays into it. If you're like me, or like many of us here, you've probably heard at some point, you should be glad that my parents weren't your parents. And I feel like what motivates a lot of parents is to do better than their parents did. And so as bad as things might be with you and your parents, they view it as an improvement from how things were with their parents. Even if things aren't that good, they still view it as a step in the right direction, I guess. An important question to consider is, how do we broach the topic of generational trauma with our parents who engage in these types of behaviors, if that is something that we view as something that we can do? Because not everybody needs to keep that wound open. For some people, the best thing to do is walk away. Like, if you want to survive a sinking ship, you have to leave it. You know, you got to take a lifeboat, you got to swim, you know, you got to get out of there. Otherwise, they're just going to drag you down with them. One of my favorite ways to approach these types of statements that they'll make, where they try to just like make you feel guilt or shame, or, you know, try to make you feel better about your situation because other people have it worse. Like, well, why does it have to be that way? And then they hit you with, it is what it is. Okay, but why? We need them to explain their logic. Because I feel like what a lot of people in previous generations were taught is, don't ask questions. When an adult tells you that that is the way that it is, don't question it. Otherwise, you get the stick. Life isn't always fair, but could it be more fair? Why shouldn't it be more fair? Why shouldn't we try to make life as fair as it can be? I understand that some people will, you know, have accidents, or there will be things that happen that just aren't inherently fair, but that shouldn't enable us to stop striving for more fairness. I think that's fearful. I think that's this is the way that I like to talk to narcissists. I like to say, okay, so this is what you believe. Let's talk about it. Explain it to me. You know, what is your logic here? Does your logic actually stand? Can we break it down? Hey, if you please, welcome in. Not sorry I'm late. We're just glad you showed up. You don't have to apologize for being late. We're just glad you made it here. Now, when it comes to dealing with narcissistic parents, you might be able to make some ground with them. That is possible. I'm not going to say it's not, but I'm also not going to say it's not difficult. Because narcissism, when it's been practiced for decades, is a tough nut to crack. These are literally people who will forego having a relationship with their children because accepting any accountability about the ways that they mistreated their children, they can't handle it. They can't take it. That level of guilt and shame would crush them, and so they would rather blame their children. Really makes me angry when people say things like today's youth are so soft, and that's just another way of transferring blame. That's a big thing that you'll see in narcissists, is transferring blame. I can't take the blame because if I'm wrong about something, then that means I am wrong about everything, and that means that I am a failure as a human being, and so I have to be correct. Be wrong would feel like dying. That is the mind of a narcissist. And when you understand it for what it is, it kind of makes you feel sorry for them. Like, wow, I really wish that you were just less of a coward. Like, why do you need to be so afraid of responsibility and accountability and growth? It's sad. Sometimes what I've also noticed is that, let's say you are able to get some understanding with a narcissist, because it is possible. And I'm going to kind of show you what it looks like. Well, okay, I did that stuff. But they weren't perfect either. They also did things. Have you noticed that is also what they will do? They will lessen the impact on themselves by also bringing up things that you did. They're like, hey, Dad, you used to be drunk and you used to slap me around, but oh yeah, but remember that time you forgot to walk the dog and the dog took a shit in the living room and you were 8 years old? You know what I've found to be a good response to those types of things? Let's say you do start talking to a narcissist. Let's say you're talking to your parent who has a narcissistic trend, or you're talking to a sibling or some other family member, somebody you're trying to reconnect with. And you get to that point where they're like, okay, I did that thing. But they also want to bring up things that you did as a way of lessening the blow to themselves. Because that's what they do. It's all about lessening the emotional impact that they are about to take. Do you know what you do then? You know what I like to do when we get to that step? I like to say to them, you know, I did those things. I can't change what I've done. I hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. I word it that way very specifically. Because you're putting it onto them, but you're also subtly like calling out their own ability to be a forgiving person. And to say that they don't would also imply that they are incapable of something, and narcissists don't like to do that. When dealing with narcissists, if you've ever studied improv, if you know anything about improv, one of the games that they'll do in improv, or one of the techniques they will use, is called yes and. So if somebody starts talking about something, you agree with what they said, and they say, okay, and also here's this other thing. You basically have to do that with the narcissist until you get to the point where they do actually own up and admit to whatever it is you're trying to get them to own up and admit to. And then they will also bring up things that you've done, because I've seen this happen countless times when you talk to a narcissist. It's like, well, you also weren't perfect either. And then you say, well, I hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. What do they got to do? Say that they don't have it in them? That's checkmate. That's checkmate right there. So this is exhausting work. This is exhausting, it's emotionally draining, and it can work, but I'm not even going to say it's 100% effective, because no mental health intervention is 100% effective. Somewhere deep down they actually have to want to change, and if they just don't, if they're too far gone, It might not help. But you never know. Sometimes people have a change of heart. They spend too long being lonely and isolated that, you know what? They're willing to accept the pain of their own faults and the things that they've done because the pain of loneliness is worse. So I would say if you go no contact, because a lot of people are entirely valid to do that. You know, sometimes going no contact is like saving your own life. Sometimes for the sake of your own wellness, you have to get out. But it's also okay to, you know, open the door up just a little bit, take a peek through, and just see what things are like on the other side, just to check. Are things still the same? Or maybe things have started to change a little bit? We like to believe that people can grow and change. And sometimes all we can do is give them the time that they need to grow and change, and then hope that they grow and change in a way that better suits them. Yeah, you basically have to beat them at their own game. By showing them that it's okay to assume accountability and gladly assuming accountability. Because that's going to trigger envy within them, and they're going to say, wow, they were so responsible and so accountable and so level-headed. I can do that too. Because they're insecure, and that's what they think of. A narcissist will get jealous of your ability to do something rather than be happy that you have the ability to do something. Had to cut off my whole family. It happens, and it sucks, and it's sad to see, but sometimes you just outgrow them. You know, sometimes you just outgrow people. Sometimes you just have to wish them the best and go your separate ways. Just remember, before we start talking about some of these examples, that narcissism is the coping mechanism of the deeply insecure. Let's take a look at some of these. Saw something disturbing at IHOP that made me realize those who have gone no contact have literally saved themselves. I saw a mother and an adult daughter come into IHOP last night. Mom was about 70 and daughter was 40 to 50. The daughter came in crying and pushing a dog in a stroller. The mother came in behind her daughter and sat in another freaking booth. The daughter, crying the whole time, kept asking why her mom wouldn't sit with her. What did she do wrong, pleading with her mom to sit with her. The mom had a pruned face of disdain and mostly ignored her and made a scene about not having silverware, and also demanded the dog sit with her. The mother wouldn't acknowledge her daughter, and the daughter kept crying and getting louder. It was heartbreaking and insane, and it struck me that this is the life a person gets when they get completely absorbed by their parents' bullshit. Imagine if this behavior is public, what happens in private? Going no contact is the only way out, the only possible way to have a life. If you don't, these monsters will destroy you. This is what happens when a narcissistic relationship turns into a codependent relationship. Not every codependent relationship involves one of the people being narcissistic, but you will see these things happen. And it often happens in situations like this. An older parent and their child who is also an adult who continues to live with that one parent. These things tend to get Very codependent. I did therapy with a client whose mother passed away. They were younger, they were only in their 30s. Not the parent, the daughter, the adult child. But like it was really cool to see this person go from being in a stage of confusion and grief because they had been stuck in this codependent relationship their entire life, but then suddenly finding their identity and celebrating themselves and like learning how to drive for the first time, going out on dates for the first time, you know, actually like being physically intimate with people for the first time. It's really cool to see. In codependent relationships, one person often plays the role of the giver and the other person plays the role of the taker. And you become emotionally dependent on the other person in order to feel validated. So this is what happens when you see... Because the thing is the daughter cares so much about how her mother views her. Why won't she sit with me? What did I do wrong? It's like, I would leave her at, like, what? Like, I'm not going to eat with you if you're going to treat, like, what? Like, if a person is treating you in an unfair and fucked up way consistently, get out. That's not what relationships are supposed to be like. Wild behavior. I once hugged a sweet woman in Sally Beauty who was crying in the hair color aisle. I asked her if she was okay and she sobbed that no matter what she bought, her mom would hate it. She said that she was 50, had never left home because her mom needed her, and that her mother was angry no matter what she did. I let her talk for a while and tried to encourage her. The more she told me, the worse it got. Her mother called her on her cell phone and she quickly left. What some people put their own children through is just evil. I still remember that poor woman's pain and the fear in her voice while she was on the phone. I never saw her again. It's not so easy to get out, though. So here's the thing. There are two types of barriers that you're dealing with when it comes with getting out of a narcissistic relationship. Physical barriers. Do I have resources? Do I have a car? Can I, pay for my own food? Can I pay my own bills? Can I take care of myself without relying on this person to help me? Those are the physical barriers. Also, sometimes the physical barrier is, will they let me leave? Are they physically going to try to stop me if I were going to leave? The other types of barriers are the mental barriers. I can't abandon my family. I can't leave my family. They're my family. Just because somebody is related to you doesn't mean that they're not capable of torturing you. And you shouldn't have to endure torture because you have a certain amount of DNA that they have. Like, explain it to me. Why is... What you will notice is that a very sad fact of the world is that there are people out there who will take advantage of the fact that family can't leave to just enable these very despicable behaviors. All of the abuse and manipulation and neglect that is just permissible because we share some DNA. Like, why does that make it okay to be mistreated by that person? It's like, you haven't failed them by leaving. They have failed you. They failed you a long time ago. Loyalty in Arab families is incredibly important. Loyalty means fuck all when it just is a way to justify abuse, or a way to normalize abuse. That's why I'm always a little bit sus, and I'm not going to say loyalty isn't important, but I'm also going to say that whenever people have an overemphasis on the importance of loyalty, I am suspicious. At some point, my mother would she would come to your door at your house if you said you don't want to talk because she was being rude, but she stopped when I told her I'd call the police, who are actually helpful in your country. Oh my god. Like, don't these people realize that you would gladly spend time with them if they were loving and accepting and caring and, you know, like, why is that so hard to understand? It's like, no, I'm your family. I get to be mean to you and you're not allowed to leave. That's the rules. Like, wait, what? That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. And people wonder why nursing homes have so many lonely seniors. Why haven't my kids called? I haven't heard from my kids in 30 years. They've never been to visit me. Like, and why do you think that is? It's not that hard to understand that if you are kind and compassionate, if you are supportive and engaged, if you are loving and empathetic, people will crave spending time with you. And so if no one wants to spend time with you because you've pushed them all away or you've held them to your own ridiculous set of standards, think about yourself. But narcissists, they hate thinking about themselves because it makes them all they can think about are their own insecurities. Self-reflection is incredibly difficult for a narcissist. It takes them into a dark place. My dad was my biggest hater at times. Yeah, it's because he was jealous. Narcissistic people are driven by jealousy, and it's entirely possible that people can be jealous of their own children. They're like, well, okay, so look at it this way. From a generational trauma perspective, a parent could be jealous of their own child because in their perspective, my parents used to beat me every day, or my parents used to kick the crap out of me. My parents used to tell me the most horrible, awful things. And I am not that bad with my child. So my child has it easier than I did. So I am envious of them. Narcissists are small people that cast a long shadow. They might make you think or feel like they are huge, like they are giants, but really they're only this big. It takes more strength to be kind than it does to be cruel. You know, embracing accountability isn't for the faint of heart. Has anyone read The New Yorker? Why so many people are going no contact with their parents? It's trash and I feel very validated in canceling my subscription. The article regurgitates the both sides bullshit. Oh, the poor parents are grieving and so many just don't understand why their children have abandoned them. What about me? What about when you turn into the narcissist? Ah, so here's something that can happen. You can pick up narcissistic trends without even realizing it. And this is why narcissistic parents are narcissistic, not because they are aware that they are narcissistic, but because they are the trends that they picked up to survive the situation that they grew up in. Awareness is your strength in this. By recognizing that your parents generated narcissistic traits because of the stress of their own upbringing, and then realizing that some of those traits very likely rubbed off onto me due to no fault of my own. We are children, we can't help but learn from our parents while we're growing, and so there are going to be some things that we pick up without realizing it. But what you have to do is you have to become aware of those aspects of yourself, the ways in which we might try to avoid accountability, the ways in which we, might project, so that we can do something about it, so that we can try to be better. And I feel like in a lot of cases, narcissistic parents want to do better, they just have no idea how. It's easier to just displace blame. I'm just kind of scrolling through and looking at some of these titles, and you can just kind of get an idea of, wow, there's a lot of people dealing with this type of stuff. I need to eat soon. Nothing sounds good. Chipotle salad. I'm just looking over some of these and just like seeing the different things that some narcissistic parents will do. It's wild. Like, don't tell mom I'm dying. I don't want her to show up. Just, isolated and refusing to leave a hurricane zone. Fear of getting in trouble. This is a big one. This is a big one, and this is part of the reason why it can be so difficult to leave a narcissistic relationship, even as an adult, is there's still that part of you that feels like, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want them to get mad at me. It's like they're already not treating you well. They're already mad. Like, who's gonna ground you? Who's gonna ground you? Does anyone else have this constant fear of getting in trouble, regardless of being an adult, and know any way to combat this? For example, today at work, someone brought in food and set it in the communal area for everyone to eat, but didn't unwrap the item. I was extremely nervous as I was the first one to unwrap the item to take a piece. I ate the slice super fast before anyone could see me, because I had this irrational fear that if people found out I had taken specifically the first piece, they would be upset. Even though it's placed where people normally place the food when it's for everyone. How does someone stop feeling like this? Does anyone have any advice? What I would recommend in this type of situation is envision someone else doing that thing that you did. Imagine that you were standing in the break room and you watched someone else do what you just did. What would you think about it? If I was standing in the corner just silently watching you do this, I would be like, what's the rush? Why are they eating it so fast? They must be in a hurry. They're probably just trying to get back to whatever it is they're doing. They must be in a hurry. I would feel similarly about taking the first piece. This is why I make an effort at any event that I go to. If there is food being served, I am amongst the first people to get food. Because I feel like this is something a lot of people deal with. They're like, I don't want to be the first one to take a piece. And so I'm trying to help other people by saying, you know what? It's okay to eat. But no, one of the things that I recommend doing is if you find yourself like re-examining your behaviors in such a way and you're like, what do I do about this? Just pretend that somebody else did it. What would you think about them doing it? And how should they feel? You know, look at yourself as if you're someone else. That adopting a new perspective is tremendously helpful, especially when it comes to dealing with these types of behaviors. Also, remember, you're an adult. So you sign your own permission slips. Oops, I wanted to minimize that. How do I minimize this post? You can't minimize the auto mod post. I am like this too. I'm 65 and I still have that vague feeling that I'm in trouble or something is wrong. My brother is the same way. We both have anxiety attacks. Where's the advice? Where's the advice? I was hoping that there would be advice at the top. They were asking for advice. I've got advice. It looks like here's some advice. One time my therapist gave me a kind of stern, "You aren't in trouble. No one is out there thinking about you." Oh my god, the answer would always be, who cares? Exactly. And you realize the only person that cares is me, so why do I need to care so much? And this kind of ties back to what we were talking about with your inner monologue earlier, is that if you are in this state of being like hyper aware or hyper vigilant, it's a good sign that you're trying to sort something out within your identity, within your mind. You're trying to get something figured out, and you're not quite sure what it is, and so it gets displaced into other areas of your life. Like, is it okay if I take the first piece? And I feel like people who have been through traumatic experiences in childhood, part of what they are working through is trying to process those feelings. They're trying to find a good answer for why it happened, or why it had to happen to me. But there might not be a good answer for that. It's like, okay, understanding that generational trauma exists, okay, that gives me some insight into why it happened. Knowing that my parents were fucked up doesn't help me feel any better about the fact that I'm fucked up. In fact, it might actually just make me feel worse, because now I'm just becoming more aware of other people's traumas. It's exhausting, isn't it? But your power in this is to recognize that I can't change what has happened to me. I can only change what I think about it, or how I feel about it. So what do I want to change? And in what ways do I want to change it? Do I want to try to let it go? Do I want to move on? What might it be? I can't recall her exact words, but it helped my subconscious to hear this from another human being out loud that I trusted and respected, like I could really believe it because she gave me permission. Interesting. This makes me want to try something. I am giving you permission to let go of anything in your life that no longer serves you. Guilt, shame, fear, regret, remorse, trauma, pain, whatever it may be. You hereby have permission to let it go. If you don't need it anymore, if it's clouding up your mind, if it's interfering with your quality of life, please let go of it now. In one of the conveniently placed bins that we have placed around the arena. You don't need my permission, but I will give it to you anyway. All of the tension in your body just left. Hey, make a note of this. What does it feel like right now? You're working towards a better baseline. At this point in time, this emotion that you're feeling right now, this is giving you a sample of what your new baseline could be. There's no reason why you can't be at this level of relaxation 98% of the day. I have a mantra that's basically, I'm not there anymore, I don't need to be afraid. I feel like that's an alright mantra, but we want to make it less, like saying I don't need to be afraid. I could see how that would be helpful, but I feel like we also want to be like, I am not afraid. Because I don't need to be afraid. That is true. We don't need to be afraid, but we also don't want to be afraid right now. I usually have to do deep breathing or other coping mechanisms along with the mantra. It helps to remember that the fear was once something useful but is no longer needed. Was the fear useful? I don't know. That's an interesting way to look at it. I'm like, when I think about like the fear that comes from being mistreated as a child, I'm like, I think it's okay to say that it was entirely unnecessary. I would say that anxiety can be useful, but undue anxiety is meaningless. Stressing people out for no good reason isn't helpful. It was useful in the sense that it kept you safer as a kid. Okay. I see. It helped you to survive. But it's just a shame that it got to that point, that you needed it. You know what I mean? I feel nauseated, so I'm breathing and focusing on relaxing. You feel nauseated because you're hungry, probably. It's past lunchtime. Your jaw is tight. Try to yawn. Try to go. Maybe if I yawn, it'll make you yawn. I need to go eat, but I have to drive there, so I want to be more relaxed first. Do what you gotta do. Ausweis auf English. Yeah, we would just call it like an ID. In the day clinic I went to, they said to check your birthday on your ID to remind yourself of your age. Huh. Huh. I wonder what for. I'm trying to understand the logic behind that. They're trying to apply some sort of logic of like, if you're aware of how old you are, it will encourage you to be more mentally well-rounded. So it's just about reminding you that you're not young anymore. I see. only fear that needs to exist is your dad should be afraid of his own ability to not be a better dad. Like, you don't need to fear him, you should feel sorry for him. Mom makes pig snort noises when I eat. Is victim when called out. There's just no fucking way. The depths of depravity that people will go to. Her mask slipped and now my sisters know. This is something you'll also see sometimes, is that they will be very good at masking for certain people, especially people outside of their family, because you want to project this image of being a good parent, so that when your children inevitably stop talking to you because you've been a terrible parent, they can say, well, I don't know what I did. Everything was great. I gave them everything. They had food. They had shelter. I gave them nothing else, though. That was it. But what you'll sometimes also notice is that they will even isolate certain members of the family to target with their abuse. Sometimes it'll just be one sibling. And this just is because here's the thing. If you are an abuser, you have to be very mindful. And I mean, I say mindful, but they probably aren't that mindful about it. The thing that abusers will do is they tend to limit their abuse to as few people as necessary in order to sustain whatever emotional need that they are fulfilling by engaging in these abusive behaviors. We tend to call that like a narcissistic supply. They need that narcissistic supply. And so sometimes what you'll get is you'll get certain family members that are isolated. It might just be one of the children who tend to get all of the things directed their way. Everything is their fault. Everything, they're blamed for everything. They can't do anything right. And it's because if your abuse was too widespread, people would leave you. You wouldn't be able to sustain that narcissistic supply that you need. Because you do need people there who are, show you affection, show you, adoration. And you can't push them all away. And so they tend to pick a victim. And just think about how this makes that person who is isolated feel. It makes it feel like they can't even trust their own experiences because they're like, well, they're a good parent to all the other kids, so it must be my fault that they don't treat me well. Her mask slipped, and now my sisters know. She finally got caught up in a lie. So this happened to the youngest sister. I would say that this type of thing typically does happen more often to the youngest child. Because if you think about it, the youngest child is the one that is the easiest to maintain control over and to manipulate. Because the older children, they might just leave. They might, not stick around. Also, what can happen with narcissistic behaviors is they tend to get worse over time. And so maybe the older kids got some of it, but they didn't get the worst of it. And so by the time that the youngest child comes around, the parent is much more engaged with these abusive, narcissistic behaviors, and the youngest child gets the worst of the abuse. Sometimes it's the middle kid. It isn't normally the first child unless the first child is an only child. It usually doesn't go that way. It can happen, don't get me wrong. But I think it just depends on how many of these narcissistic traits were ingrained in the parent when they had that child. Anyway, got another question in the box. Let's flip back over. But yeah, we've had a lot of talk about narcissistic parents in this community, so I just wanted to take some more time to talk about it today. And I also just wanted to let you know that you deserved better. You deserve to have a caring, compassionate, loving relationship with your family. And if they weren't able to provide that to you, I am sorry. They have failed you. They let you down. You didn't deserve to be treated that way. And it's okay to heal. It's okay to move on, and it's okay to be happy. You don't need to be caught up in their bullshit forever. Why am I always tired? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I'm at the point in my life where I feel sleepy. Why am I always tired? I'm fed up of always being tired or lazy. I'm eating well, I have no diseases, I'm just tired, like mentally and physically. I can't get energy from any energetic drinks or coffee, they make me even more tired. Like now, I have my eyes open because if I close them, I would fall asleep on the desk. I can sleep more than 9 hours, but still being tired after it. It wasn't like that before, I don't know why it's happening to me. Alright. Let me break it down to you. Energy drinks and caffeine don't do anything to give you energy. Well, let me rephrase. Energy drinks can give you energy by giving you vitamins. And the way that caffeine works is that it doesn't actually give you energy. It just inhibits your body's ability to feel tired. So it doesn't actually do anything to give you energy or to fuel you. It just makes you less aware of your own tiredness. So, as you can see, these aren't really a sustainable solution to the tiredness problem. So here's the thing. And this might not be the most fun advice, but it's the advice that I found to work because this was a problem that I found myself facing, and this is what was helpful to me. If you want to have more energy, you have to increase the amount of demand that you are putting on your body so that your body creates more energy. What this means is you have to get out and do stuff even though it's exhausting. Even though it feels impossible, it's about getting out there and doing it anyway. Which I know it doesn't sound helpful, and it just sounds like, what's the point? Or how can I even do that? But that's the only way to increase your energy levels. There's no amount of rest or supplements or whatever it might be that is going to increase the amount of demand on your body to produce energy. The more you get up and actually use your body will switch its modes. It will increase your metabolism. It will actually start to create more energy within you because the demand is higher. So why is this? Why can't it be different? Why can't I just have energy? Because the laws of biology. One of the rules in biology, as far as organic life, is that we should conserve energy whenever possible, because conservation of energy contributes to survival. If we want to expand our reservoir of energy, we have to start increasing the demand that we put onto our body, even though it's difficult. But in reality, if the solution to this problem was easy, you would have figured it out already. But it's kind of an uncomfortable and a difficult solution, is I have to push myself. As unhelpful as that advice can be, like, I get it, like hearing somebody say you just have to push yourself, that's unsatisfying. But just understanding the mechanisms of your body and the way that your body actually produces energy, it does that in response to an increased demand. So even if it's just going for a walk, even if it's just, getting a little bit of exercise at the gym, and it doesn't have to be anything huge. I'm not saying you have to go to the gym for 3 hours. I'm not saying you have to walk 5 miles. Just a little bit more than what you're doing now. Just pushing past that discomfort just a little bit and just seeing where that gets you. What you might find is that it might help you to get more restful sleep. There's no better sleep than that really tired sleep. That sleep you get after like a day of like hard work. Like if you've ever had to move and you had to like pack up a bunch of stuff and carry a bunch of boxes and you just had to do that all day and it's like you sleep like a brick. That's the good sleep. But no, this is something where I'm still working on following my own advice. I'm planning on going back to the gym so I can get that back in my routine, because I've noticed that my energy has been low. But what I recognize is that the solution to that is to engage in more physical activity, even though it seems like that's just going to make me more tired, which it will, at least in the beginning. But that's how you build up your energy reservoirs. Hate to say it, but that's the way. Eat some bread. That's a good idea. I could go for some bread. Have a piece of bread and maybe it'll calm down a little. My favorite Real Housewives line of all time is name them. Which comes across as a serve, you know, the whole like name them line. But here's the thing. That is actually a manipulation tactic. If somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I haven't been feeling that great about, you know, the way you've been treating me lately," and they're like, "How? In what way? Name them." They're putting a demand on you to like identify certain things. It's a way of manipulating the conversation. It's like saying, "Oh, you support women? Name 3 women." Yeah, Real Housewives is wild. The only thing fake about me is this, and then she throws her fake leg. Wild. Honestly, watching The Real Housewives is a great case study on the relationship dynamics of high-functioning narcissists. Laser hair removal. Oh yeah, lasers. I've heard that those hurt. I've never had a laser, but I've heard they're not fun. I've heard that getting a laser tattoo removal hurts worse than getting a tattoo. This post really ties into what I was talking about earlier. When you confront a narcissistic parent on their behaviors and they bring up as like, "Well, you weren't all that great either," and then they bring up something you did when you were a literal child. It's like, "Oh yeah, remember that thing you did when you were 7? Like, no, do you remember everything that you did when you were 7? My husband did this, bringing up me slashing his tires once in 2018. Like, he's lucky you only did it once. He's lucky. He only did it one time. It wasn't satisfying at all. It was so tough to get through. I bet. And this is, you know, but that's just one of the positions that will sometimes be put into when we're stuck in a relationship with an abuser, whether it be a romantic relationship, whether it be a marriage, whether it be a family member, you know, a parent. You're put into a position where, you know, you feel so emotionally invalidated and not taken seriously, and you're dealing with so much pain that all you can do is lash out. And then they hold that against you. No, I mean the tire was tough to slash with the knife I had. Oh. Oh, well, I had this whole analogy planned. I was gonna compare it to political things. I was gonna compare it to the way that Israel treats Palestinians. Remember this one time? Remember this one time that somebody shot a rocket at us? And so we had to level city blocks. Remember this one time that you killed some of us, so we had to kill tens of thousands of you? Remember that? It's giving narcissistic abuse. To put it politely, I feel like calling it narcissistic abuse is vastly underselling it, but the patterns and trends are there. Maybe not quite the same, but I see your point. All I'm saying is that you were oppressed, and you lashed out against your oppressor, and then oppressors will use that to justify further oppression. Remember the time you did this? You deserve to still be punished for that. And you better not do anything about it, otherwise we're gonna punish you even more. He hadn't started hitting me back then. Probably just because he didn't think that he'd be able to get away with it at that point in time. Oftentimes, people don't start hitting their partner until they are quite certain that they will be able to get away with it. Like, a lot of abusers aren't dumb about the way that they maintain abuse. It takes a certain level of intelligence to continue to abuse somebody over a period of time. Like, there's a lot of manipulation, there's a lot of, like, charming and charisma. It's like, it's a whole ordeal. Preemptive revenge. There you go. My mom always bought size 7 shoes. I learned at 26 years old I'm a size 8.5. But you love to eat, insert food you hate, and we made it just for you. A 43-year-old grown woman who does not understand this dynamic. I absolutely hate ham. I have severe migraines from nitrates in ham. They've literally been hospitalized for migraines. And this almost feels like Munchausen's. This feels like it's narcissism with a splash of Munchausen's. I'm walking my puppy right now. Post pics. My scroll bar got stuck. Weird. I'm a 43-year-old woman who does not understand this dynamic. You have severe migraines from nitrates in ham. Also can't eat hot sausage. Nearly every time I talk to my mom about something entirely unrelated to food, she tells my dad just bought a pound of ham. I tell her I don't want any, and then the gaslighting begins. You love ham. You've always loved ham, and your dad bought so much thinking he would give you some. She's seen me with migraines. I've been hospitalized with them. I told her firmly years ago to stop offering me ham and hot sausage. Stop offering me pork and smoked meats that all trigger my migraines. I just got off the phone with her. She said, "This time we made hot sausage soup with spinach for you." You love spinach. No, I don't. Is this some sick weird thing that they do because they can't see me as a real person with my own likes? I'm thinking about going no contact, but wouldn't it be petty to do over something so small? I would say draw a line. I would say draw a boundary. Be like, Mom, if you don't stop talking to me about ham and hot sausage, I am gonna hang up the phone. If you mention either ham or hot sausage, this call is over. And then stick to that boundary. Before just going all no contact, practice a boundary first and see if that works. And then if they just continue to try to violate that boundary, get out of there. It kind of does feel it kind of feels like they are just trying to fuck with you. It kind of feels like they are just trying to fuck with you. It's like, could it be explained by something else? Like, are they just very forgetful? Or are they just actively trying to fuck with you? Hot sausage soup with spinach, what the fuck is that? Well, the one that I like has kale in it rather than spinach, but I think spinach could also work. It's actually pretty good. It's one of the ones they have at Olive Garden, Zuppa Toscana. But it's like a creamy soup, so the sausage isn't that overpowering. I want to see what the comments say. I would always get, "But aren't you a vegetarian?" from my mom when I would eat meat. It's so weird. It's like, do they realize that they're gaslighting you? Because that's what it's like. Do they even realize what they're doing? Because it feels like they're just trying to fuck with you and make you question your, like... Or maybe they just have this mental image of you as being this type of way, and they can't distinguish the real person from the idea of you. Like, which could it be? This is fascinating. It's another method to exert control over you and make you question your reality, making you more dependent on them. The question is, how aware are they of what it is that they are doing? I'm allergic to shellfish, and it's always let's get seafood, so they just want me to die, basically. Now, this seems more hostile. This seems outright hostile. It's not that hard to remember that your child has a deadly food allergy. In fact, that's something that you should probably be aware of all the time. It's an absolute inability to listen properly because they don't value actually taking what you have to say to heart. And I think that's a keen observation to be made. It's like they think that they know you better than you know you. They assume that they must know better. Every single Christmas, my dad would buy my mom a chocolate orange, and every single year the argument would be exactly the same. I don't like and have never liked chocolate bloody orange. I thought you loved chocolate orange. Every single bloody year. See, what I would do is I would start collecting them, and then I would show them every year. I'd be like, see, I kept the one that you gave me last year. In fact, here's the last 5 that you've given. Or maybe he buys them because he likes them and he knows that he can buy it for her and just pretend that he's dumb and then be like, well, more for me. She doesn't even know him, LOL, yet claims to be his biggest supporter. See, that's the thing about narcissists, is they, like, a narcissistic parent has to try to project this image to other people that they're a great parent. Like, they put so much effort into maintaining this delusion that part of me just makes me wonder, like, they're believing their own lie. They're buying what they're selling. Yes, they do it deliberately. See, I'm on the fence about that. I feel like... Could they be... No, I'm not saying they could... They might not... They might be. They might be doing it deliberately. They might also just be, you know... Like, they can't afford to, like, care what you think about them. They're caught up in their own charades. They're caught up in their own shenanigans. They just don't take you seriously. What's the top post of all time? Are they convinced they're right too? Yep. Yeah, cause here's how it goes. Here's how it goes. Whenever they say, oh, don't you love ham? I thought you loved ham. And you say, no, I don't like ham. What they do is, they just must be in a mood. They don't actually bother adopting that new information. They just dismiss it as something else. They're like, they're just giving me an attitude. They're just trying to mess with me. I know they love ham. They're just telling me they don't love ham because they're trying to get at me. Does that make more sense? Whenever you tell a narcissist they're wrong, they take it as a personal attack. It's not that you're right and they're wrong. They think that you're telling them that they're wrong because you're trying to get at them. It sounds fucking annoying. Yes. Yes, it is. This is the top post from all time, and it's from 8 years ago. Let's take a look. This is a happy story. That time my sister took me camping. I grew up in a household with a narcissistic dad and a borderline mom who often left us for long periods of time to do God knows what. Interesting blend here. The thing about these types of diagnoses is that we tend to associate narcissism more with men and borderline more with women. But I feel like these are in some ways manifestations of, similar coping mechanisms. It's all centered around, how we cope with our emotional stress. But I feel like they both get overdiagnosed in their respective gender that they tend to be associated with due to how different symptoms can manifest. I need more coffee. When I was 12, I learned that I had a half-sister who was 17 and living in another town a few hours away. She had problems in her house too, though mainly economic problems, not actual neglect caused by ill will. We wrote letters to each other, and in one letter I shared with her my fear of the long summer holiday. Being stuck in the house without even school to escape to was hell. She made a promise to come and save me if it got too bad. Just let me know and I'll find a way to help, she wrote. A few days after I posted my letter where I told her about how my mother had stopped providing meals and my dad was emotionally and sometimes physically abusive, she showed up on our doorstep. She told my dad I was going to spend the summer holiday with her family, and since my dad hated kids, myself included, he happily agreed, no questions asked. He said, "Go ahead, just leave. Okay, sure, I don't care." Ooh. We took the night train north. I was so excited. She didn't take me home with her, she took me camping. We spent the entire summer hiking, amazingly beautiful trails, usually tenting, but sometimes renting a small cabin. It was the happiest summer of my life. I suddenly had a sister who cared and enjoyed spending time with me. She could fish and trap birds and cook and showed me how to read maps and the names of the constellations in the night sky. You know what? I feel like this really lends to the truth that we do our best healing when we do it together. There's only so much healing we can do on our own. But to really heal, we need somebody else that we can, connect with. When the summer ended, I was transformed. I wasn't shy. I wasn't shy or confidence deprived anymore. I was a strong and resilient kid with an entirely new outlook on things. I reported my parents for lacking parental skills, and I was placed with a foster family. Neither of them made a fuss to keep me, so it was easily done. I often think about that summer that changed my life so profoundly. I don't know if it was that I gained a sister, or that she showed me that I can survive and thrive even on the roughest unmarked trails. It wasn't until years later that I learned the real story behind that summer. At the time when she made me that promise, my sister lived with her family in a tiny apartment with no place for yet another person or another mouth to feed. In fact, she had been told to get herself out as soon as possible to make room for her siblings, as she was now awaiting the day when she could move into her student apartment. I was amazed to hear that not only was our wonderful summer an emergency solution, her way to keep her promise and also give me an unforgettable summer, but she did it so well that I never once realized that we were there because we had nowhere else to go. Today I turned 30, my sister is still my best friend, and this summer we plan to hit the trails again. It's a nice story, isn't it? feel like all this talking about narcissistic parents, we should wrap it up with a nice story. We're still caught up on the questions for the time being. The question box is empty. We hit 3,200 questions. Another milestone. I think I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. Maybe find a little snack. And that'll hopefully give you all some time to figure out a question. I need questions to sustain myself. Cup empty. Cup need coffee. Are your parents narcissistic? What do you think? What do you think? If you had to guess. If you had to guess. Could I have such a thorough understanding without at least a little bit of lived experience? I'm not gonna say my parents were abusive, because they weren't. But there were definitely times in my life where my parents made priorities of themselves and how they feel. And that is also a narcissistic trend. So I'm not gonna say my parents were narcissists. But they had narcissistic traits, as most people tend to, as a way of coping with their own insecurities. You feel me? As far as parents go, I got off pretty lucky. I don't have a great relationship. I don't really have a very active relationship with my parents, but as far as things go, I got off pretty easy. If I knew nothing about you and I had to guess, I would say no. Well. Enjoy this palate cleanser. I'll be right back. Don't touch that mouse. I'm back. I think my husband would have loved this hippo. Everybody loves Mudang. Alright, I'm back. I got my snack. I saw the title, just wanted to add that Jeanette McCurdy is a wonderful, outspoken person against narcissistic abuse. This is true. Jeanette McCurdy of iCarly, she was a Nickelodeon child star. She wrote a book called I'm Glad My Mom Died. Just can't look away from this little chaos gremlin. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. All right. Let's get back to business. If you got some questions, bring them to the box. We've also been talking about narcissistic parents today. Just another note that I'd like to add, in this conversation that we've been having is that if it takes you a long time to break away from a narcissistic parent, that's okay. Some people find themselves stuck in these relationships up until the point where their parents die. Dad is a 93-year-old narcissist, and I'm his resentful, repressed queer kiddo at 65. Would you be surprised to know that we've actually got another 65-year-old here with us today? Having older viewers makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right. You know what I mean? I'm glad that my viewers aren't a bunch of kids. You know what I mean? Like, if all of my viewers were 10, I would hate it. And I have to just sit here and play Fortnite and Pog at you all day. But let me just say, the best time to accept and embrace yourself and, who you are and your identity is right now. No matter how old you are, no matter what stage of life you're in, you get there when you get there, and you're ready when you're ready. So whether you're 15, whether you're 35, whether you're 65, better late than never. Like in many situations, like you might be having to unlearn a lot of things and undo a lot of conditioning. Now, there are many different aspects of your life that you might have been brought up to, just accept as true or to, feel powerless in changing them. Bye, Josh, I'm straight. Bye, straight. You're your dad's caregiver. We get along, and that's good. And sometimes you see that in parents who were narcissistic when they were younger. They kind of have to not be once they get to a certain age, because it's like, okay, I need people to survive. I can't survive on my own anymore, and I can't make them feel terrible about themselves. I can't manipulate them. I can't do any of those things anymore, at least not to the same degree, because I need to depend on them. Did today's stream turn someone straight? Oh my god. Maybe. But just now finding out what a little literal groper he was, yeesh, right? It's like, the way I try to deal with those types of revelations is like, they just didn't know any better. Like, if you look at the human time scale, in the time that we've been on this planet, it's taken us thousands and thousands of years to develop to the point where we are, and we still have quite a ways to go. And so looking back at like what previous generations used to get up to, it's like, ugh. But it's like they are a product of the environment, they exist within the context of the, environment that they were brought up in. So I think when we look at those behaviors from the past, we can say, well, they probably just didn't know any better. And thankfully things have improved. We still have a ways to go. Like, even... But yeah, if you've had to deal with a narcissistic parent, this is just a reminder that you're an adult. You're not going to get in trouble. You can live your life the way that you want to, and that's okay. Don't waste any more time trying to please people that are impossible to please. Understanding generational trauma can give us some insight into why narcissistic abuse occurs, but it only provides an explanation. It doesn't make excuse, and it doesn't make it okay. You know, just I feel like most parents are motivated to treat their children better than they were treated when they were kids. I feel like this is a trend that has persisted throughout the generations for the entirety of human history. A motivation to not mess my kid up in the same way that my parents messed me up. And what ends up happening is we end up repeating a lot of the mistakes because raising a human is difficult and it's complicated and it's emotional and it's anxiety inducing. There's also a lot of pressure on people to be good parents, and this is part of the reason why a lot of people struggle with accepting accountability for the ways in which they might not have been that great of parents. Or to displace the blame onto their children. Like me as the parent, I was fine. I was great. I did everything correct. It was just that kid. There was just no reasoning with them. Hello? Taking that dog. A lot of parents struggle with that. They can't admit when they weren't the best or could have done better. It's like, nobody's perfect. Like, we're not expecting you to be perfect. We're not expecting you to not make mistakes. We're just hoping that when we try to bring something up to you or we try to, express how we feel, that you're actually willing to, like, engage with us and be validating and not treat us as if we're, just such a burden. Saw a dad in the store shopping for back to school stuff. There's a dad with his daughter in the store, 14 or 15, in the underwear aisle, and she looks embarrassed. She turns to her dad and says, "I need underwear." The dad looks at her and says, "Do you want me to turn around?" She said, "Yes." And then he gave her some privacy. He turned his back to her and let her do her thing. She picked out what she wanted, put it in the cart, and she says, "I'm finished." He turned around and said, "Honey, if you're uncomfortable with me doing something like this with you, just tell me. I can go do something else. I don't want you to feel embarrassed. I know it's weird to be in this aisle with your dad. In fact, I think you're old enough to come back here by yourself next time." She smiled and said, "Thanks, Dad." He smiled back and said, "Thanks for not asking me if they were cute like you did with your dresses." I almost cried, like I laughed, but tears welled up in my eyes. He respected her privacy and rights as an individual. He respected her boundaries. He acknowledged her feelings and validated them. He encouraged her and her independence. My dad never did those things. He was gross. He asked me very invasive questions. Seeing that reminded me that my dad sucked, but that there are some awesome dads in the world. To all you awesome dads out there, thanks. Penny, calm it down. Quick, Penny's in here with Beaver. Beaver's sitting in the window, and Penny's growling out the window at something. I don't know what. I feel so bad for the person who wrote this, Can I ask you a question? In all fairness, can I ask you a question? Cutie cheeks. Do you ever think that you feel bad for other people to avoid feeling bad about yourself? Or like bad about the things that have happened to you? And I'm not saying that this is what you do. I'm just saying that sometimes that's what people do. Why did he clock me like that? I wasn't clocking anybody. I was just asking Cutie Cheeks a question, but if you find it relatable... But no, that's what people tend to do, especially when they're kind and good-hearted people, is they hurt so much for other people who have similar pains to the ones that they felt, but they have a hard time showing validity to themselves. You know, I can't do so much about my pain, so I'll try to help somebody else with their pain. It's okay to work on your pain too. It's not selfish, it's not narcissistic. You are deserving of that. Sometimes I justify it as me being empathetic, but it's way easier to think about other people's stuff versus your own. True. And this is something that I try to be mindful of here. It's like, I come on here and I help people and I, you know, help them navigate their problems, and I just want to try to just be aware of like, is there anything in my life I'm trying to avoid? But at this point in time, not really. Penny? Penny. Penny, do you want to go in Casey's room? She said she doesn't want to stream with me. She would rather stream with Casey. Penny, whose stream room do you want to hang out in? Her bed's in Casey's room. Penny normally likes to hang out with Casey while she streams. She doesn't want to hang out with Dad. He's stinky. Maybe I'm putting it off, like procrastinating. A good question to ask, and I am. It might be, and I'm gonna try to put this in a way that, like, I'm not trying to. I'm just speculating. It might be because the last time you opened that box, it hurt too much, and you expect it to hurt just as much as you remember it hurting the last time. But the fact of the matter is that in the time since you last opened that box, you have grown, you have healed, and you have developed better skills to navigate those feelings, and so you might be more prepared for it. And I feel like a lot of people do that. Like, they'll think about something that happened to them, like something traumatic or something stressful, and then their initial reaction is, wow, this really fucking hurts. I never want to think about this again. Still have not scheduled with the dentist even after deciding where to go. Cutie Cheeks, am I gonna have to call them for you? Am I gonna have to call your dentist for you? I will. Hello, yes, I'm calling on behalf of one of my moderators. They go by Cutie Cheeks. Yes, I'll hold. Not that one. This one. Oops. Wait, so parents and children can go shopping together without inducing trauma? No inspirational clothes bought 2 sizes too small? No intentional public humiliation? What a time to be alive. Seriously, I'm so grateful that there are parents out there respecting their children as actual people. Must be lovely. My mom used to make scenes over the clothes I liked. I was kind of a tomboy, and she never really got over the fact that I wasn't girly like she expected. And when I tried to buy them anyway, she would snatch them out of my hands and tell the people who worked there we would not be buying that flannel. To this day, I avoid going shopping with her. It's just exhausting. My parents never care if I'm uncomfortable. They just ask me why I'm embarrassed and tell me there's nothing to be embarrassed about in an annoyed tone. This is a gaslighting technique. This is also a bullying tactic. People will like make fun of you and drag you and make you feel embarrassed and will say, "Come on, can't you take a joke? I was just joking. I wasn't being serious." It's so minimizing, it's so invalidating. One of the most weird things that narcissistic parents will do is they'll bring stuff up that you did as a literal child and then still hold it against you. Like there is a trend that exists in narcissistic parents. Let's say you were to go no contact with a narcissistic parent and then you try to re-engage with them later. They might adopt a perspective of, "Well, I hope you're ready to apologize." It's like you could have not spoken to them for many years. And they will be like, "Well, I hope you have an apology ready." It's like, what? Like for what? Like, shouldn't you be glad to see me? Shouldn't you be happy that your child wants you to have a place in their life? I found myself and my 8-year-old in the same scenario as when my narcissistic mom damaged me as a 10-year-old and I chose to be better. See, this is awareness of generational trauma and then doing something different. But what you'll notice is you still find yourself in similar situations. You still find yourself dealing with the same problems. It can sometimes be difficult to be a good parent if you didn't have somebody in your life that could give you an example of what that looks like. If you didn't have an example of what a healthy relationship between a parent and a child looks like, you're just guessing. And I'm not saying you won't be pretty close, but it helps to just have somebody who can be a role model for that. And for a lot of people, that role model is like a friend's parents. A lot of people who grow up in like narcissistic households, they might try to get out more and go spend time with their friends or their friends' family just so that they can get a taste of what it's like to actually have supportive and emotionally mature parents. I have this vivid memory of decorating a Christmas tree and my grandma telling me, "Don't drop it, be very careful." And what did I do? I dropped it and it shattered everywhere. But what I remember about that memory is that everything was still okay. My grandma cried because it was sentimental to her, but she made sure to tell me it was okay and not my fault and stuff. This is the response we need in children and deserve as children. I'm grateful I got that from her. Also, she learned a lesson that if it's something that's that valuable that you don't want to get dropped, you probably shouldn't let a child handle it. Just saying. If you don't want it to be dropped, carry it yourself. Burbear said that's so my dad. It's like, what do you want me to apologize for? It's like, do you want me to just come back and just be like, yeah, I'm sorry that when I was 7, I drew on the wall with crayon. I'm so sorry. like what? Cops knocked down my dorm door because my narcissistic mom lied to get me back. Narcissistic parents very often hate it when their child goes to college. I attend college in Arizona. Mom and stepdad live in Maine. I've gone VLC, very little contact. What I'm learning is that in this narcissistic parents support group, there are a lot of abbreviations that they use I'm having to familiarize myself with. So I understand what NMOM is. NMOM is narcissistic mom, but what is stepdad? What does the E stand for? enabling. Yeah, that was kind of my guess as an enabler. Electronic. He was actually a robot. He was an stepdad. He was a machine. I've gone very little contact with them over the 3 years I've been in school. So this wasn't even a freshman. You're a junior in college. You're like 21 years old. The summers I've managed to get a job or internship to keep me out here. 4 months ago, Mom sent me an email telling me I was coming to Thanksgiving. She wanted the family together and had a photographer coming to take photos so we could fake being a happy family for a few hours. I told her I would not be coming because of my job on campus. She then called the school, who told her that A, I'm over 18, therefore they can't tell her anything, and B, when she threatened to pull me out, the awesome lady at the registrars told her, good luck, he's on a full scholarship and pays for everything himself. When she realized she couldn't lie to the school, she had E-Dad come to beg me to come. This guy stood by since I was 12 and watched my mom beat me, degrade me, lie about me, and did nothing. Fuck him. I ignore his calls. She then called my bio dad, who laughed at her and hung up. We have our issues, but he's genuinely a good guy who dealt with mental health issues his entire life. So Thanksgiving, I woke up. School was closed that day, so I didn't actually have to work. Went to the gym, enjoyed a leisurely breakfast at my favorite cafe. I came home and was getting ready to throw laundry in the washer and make myself chicken and noodles in my crock pot when my door was pretty much knocked down. Campus cops and outside cops. Guess whose mom called and said that her son told his 13-year-old sister, I don't talk to my siblings because they're easily swayed by mom, that he was going to bomb the school. She called it a bomb threat. She called in a bomb threat? I can't believe you didn't come to Thanksgiving. You're gonna ruin the holiday. Let me call in a bomb threat. That'll make things better. Where's this? Where's your brain? What's going on up here? That feels like beyond narcissism. That's wild. This is broaching sociopath behavior. This is psychotic behavior. This is wow. So yeah, after a trip to the campus police building, them searching my room and car and finding nothing, my RA and 2 floor mates defending me, and me showing emails of my mom threatening me I'd be sorry for not coming to Thanksgiving, they apologized. I was allowed to go back to my dorm, and the RA and I managed to put my door back on. Then my grandma calls, guess who? Guess who was arrested for making a false police report? If you guessed my mom, you'd be right. She got arrested. And then that's somehow your fault. It's still somehow your fault. It's still somehow your fault for all... You ruined Thanksgiving because you made her do this. She was so stressed at the fact that her child wasn't coming to Thanksgiving. She was distraught. She had no other choice. She had to call it a bomb threat. If you just came to Thanksgiving, none of this would have happened. It's like, yeah, and if you had the slightest degree of self-awareness and a commitment to personal growth, none of our relationship would be the way that it is. But you know what? We all have our own cross to bear. That's how I interact with narcissists. It's like, Yeah, we've all got our cross to bear. I hope you can forgive me for living a human life and making human mistakes. Like, engaging with narcissists is exhausting, and sometimes it's incredibly difficult, and sometimes it's downright impossible. But the way to do it is to just be like, well, you're right, and I'm sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. But you have to beat them at their own game, and it sucks. I caught myself and stopped a learned narcissistic trait, and I'm so proud of myself. See, this is what I was talking about, is that if your parents have narcissistic traits, you have the chance of picking some of your own up. How do words work again? You may not even realize that they're narcissistic traits. I hate that. Well, you should love that you have everything that you need to change it. You should love that. You should love that you are entirely capable. I'm sure I've got them. We've all done it. We're biological organisms that are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain. Of course, sometimes we're going to have a hard time assuming accountability for our wrongdoings. We've all been there. We've all done it. But it's about owning up to it. And it's about trying to do better. It's about learning. It's about trying to minimize the amount of suffering that you put out into the world. Or maybe I'm the crazy one. Speaking of being the crazy one, it's 4 hours into the stream and I have yet to shill. Chat, if you like this content, if you like mental health discussions on the internet, if you like feeling like you have a place where you can vent, maybe get some helpful advice, consider supporting me and this community by subscribing or by gifting a sub to somebody who doesn't have a little brain next to their name. Consider me. Alright, let's talk about this learned narcissistic trait. Last fall, my 18-month-old little girl fell and fractured her skull. She's a climber. I took her to the ER for a spongy spot on her head where she hit it. She ended up staying at the hospital with her literally all day while she got scans and tests. It was not how I planned or wanted to spend my day, and I found myself saying out loud to her, I sure hope you are grateful to me for spending all day in the hospital with you. You owe me big. I mainly said it jokingly, but I stopped in horror after I said it. I realized I sounded exactly like my mom, who all of my life lorded her care of my multiple medical conditions over my head, as if she was somehow entitled to compensation or a pat on the back or a trophy for providing the minimum requirements for a child with extra medical needs. I was ashamed. Even though my daughter was a baby, even though she didn't understand what I said, I backtracked immediately and I said out loud to her, no, I am happy to be here with you in this hospital. I am happy to give you whatever you need and make sure you are healthy and safe. I love being your mom and you don't owe me anything for doing my job. It felt good to know I am permanently breaking that cycle and that the emotional blackmail and guilt trip buck stops with me. Period. Self-awareness and the ability to identify and change behaviors is the most positive side effect of being raised by a narcissist. Let me say that one more time, a little louder for those in the back. Your self-awareness and your ability to identify and change your behaviors is the most positive effect of being raised by a narcissist. It was those hard times that helped to shape you be a good person. And the thing is, you have no idea how you could have turned out if things were different for you. There are cases of people being raised by kind and permissive parents, and then they end up being overly entitled and narcissistic in their own ways, even though the parents, thought they were doing the right thing and trying to do right by their child. So children need structure and they need guidance, but you need it in the right way. Being too controlling, too demanding is unhealthy, in the same way that being too permissive is also unhealthy. Can't be an enabler for bad behaviors. That self-awareness is something they can never learn. It's so great that you managed to pick it up on it and correct a toxic behavior. See, I agree with the person underneath. Is that you can learn. It is something that you can learn. It is possible. And I feel like some people get stuck in their existing traits because they assume that they cannot change. Maybe they've tried to change a couple times in their life and it just wasn't really working, or they weren't able to figure it out. And so they just give up on the concept of change entirely. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. Just wanted to say I've been watching for the last several minutes on my porcelain throne due to horrible constipation, and your voice aggravated my bowels so much that I managed to finally squeeze out a turd or two. Thanks, and keep up the great work. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. Happy to be of service. Start making TikToks of your content. I have. I just need to start doing it again. Which is why I need clippers. If you want me to upload more stuff to TikTok, what really helps me do that is by taking clips so that I can post them. So, I do actually have a TikTok page. I'm gonna pull up TikTok, and it's always gonna play a video that has full volume sound on it, because that's just what it does.
Meet Robert, the guy who caused the greatest spy disaster in history.
Yep. But I haven't posted here for a little while. I do have some. I need to do more of it. I need to do more of it. Which is where clippers are really, clippers are goated. Clippers will have a hollowed place in the halls of Valhalla. They will have a special seat next to the throne of Odin. The Clippers are in a league of their own. Please fix the clip bot. It helps. I will try. I thought I had it set up correctly, but I guess it isn't. So I need to fix it. What was the best thing you learned from a previous romantic relationship that you wish you knew earlier or didn't have to learn the hard way? Other people's problems aren't yours to fix. If a person doesn't want to work on themselves and grow and change and become a better version of themselves, you can't make them do that. And so I've seen a lot of people be in relationships where they end up failing, and it's because they were trying to fix the other person. It's like they have to want to fix themselves. You can't force anybody to change. But no, I think in a healthy relationship, you should both be committed to personal growth. You should both be emotionally aware. You should both be comfortable with accountability. Not all of the problems in a relationship fall solely on one of the people. You know, so just try your best to be a good communicator. You know, express your feelings. Don't keep that stuff locked away. Don't leave it up to the other person to just guess. You know, communicate. It's a partnership. If you want to make it work, you both got to work at it. Trying to figure out this clip bot. Like, I have the clip bot and it's connected to my channel, but I don't know how you do it in the chat. I do wish I learned that earlier. You didn't learn it until the opportunity came for you to learn it. So I would say don't spend time wishing that you learned something sooner. Just be glad that you learned it when you did. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to make it work. I'm not sure. I have to have some, I don't know, I think I have to like enable some type of bot or something that I don't have active in here. I need a bot. Do you want to have kids? Why or why not? Having a kid could be cool, but it also sounds like one of the most anxiety-inducing, stressful things that you can do. I like to think of you all as my kids. That's why I go by Papa. That's why the kids call me Papa. I find an outlet for my dadly energies. And I don't... The way that I look at it is it's like, do I need to have kids? Do I need to have somebody who shares some of my DNA with me? Like, why is that so important? Why is it so important that the bloodline persists? Having kids is kind of narcissistic if you think about it. They're like, I need my DNA to perpetuate. I can't just adopt a kid. I need them to have my DNA. Do I want to have kids? I don't know. If I had kids, I wouldn't have as much time to spend on doing stuff that I want to do, and I would have to start spending a lot more time on doing stuff that the kids want to do, and... I mean, it could be fun. I'm sure there would be some wholesome moments in there. Can I be Granny on this stream? You already were. You already were. It's already happened. Sounds like no. At this point in my life, and with the current state of the world, my answer is no. I feel like if they either made it easier to adopt a child, or they made it so that they actually would do something to help people care for children after they were born, instead of, you know, giving them lunch debt. Maybe then I would consider it. Like, yeah, birth rates are declining all over the world. It's because we don't want to, like, people don't want to pay to help people raise their kids. They don't want you to get an abortion. They don't want you to, you know, terminate a pregnancy. But they don't care to do anything to help the child after they're born. It's like George Carlin said, pre-born, we take care of you. Preschool, you're shit out of luck. It just makes me wonder, why is it that there are people who are anti-abortion but also don't want to do anything to help children once they're here? It's like, I feel like these people just, they like the idea of a child more than they like having an actual child. Like, they're attached to the idea of a kid. Before a child is born, it's nothing but potential. But then once it's born and you see it and you smell it, and it's like, oh. Oh. Why is it making boogers? It's like getting a puppy. It's like you like the idea of getting a puppy rather than you actually do having a puppy, where it's like, oh, why is it peeing inside? Why is it chewing on my furniture? You sound kind of stupid. At least I'll admit it. I've never claimed to be smart. I never claimed to be smart. You know, I got straight A's in graduate school because I'm a fucking idiot. I'm just lucky. I just guessed. Anytime there was a question or an assignment due, I just made it up. I just got lucky. But if I have one thing going for me, at least I'm smart enough to recognize how stupid I am. I would say that that's a strength. So thank you for the keen observation. I really appreciate it. Very astute. You know, I really like the energy you bring. I really like the energy you put out into the world. I'm sure this makes you lots of friends. I'm sure your interpersonal relationships are thriving right now. You got, you know, if you're having a bad day, you got plenty of people to turn to. You got loved ones all around. I'm sure you're doing really well, and I'm really happy for you. But this is such a great post. This one's going straight on the fridge. Do you want to tell me who you are so that whenever if I write a book or something, I want to include your quote and I want to know who to attribute it to? And if you don't, that's fine. I'll just put anonymous. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't bully you so hard. You're probably like 13. I should probably be nicer to you. It's okay. It's okay. But no, seriously. What's next? What is the psychology behind murderers that cannibalize their victims? Ooh, creepy. Creepy. Okay, well, let's talk about it. I would say that the main factor here is dehumanization. A lot of what you see in like serial killers or, you know, like psychopaths is that they don't view other people as people. They view other people as objects. They view other people as prey. And that's why they kind of have that sort of look in their eye. They don't look at you like they're looking at a person. They look at you like they're looking at a piece of meat. You know what I mean? So beyond that, part of it could be, you know, delusional or psychotic behavior. They might view, like, the act of eating a person as being something that, like, empowers them, or, you know, there could be some sort of, like, delusional belief pattern that ties into that. It could just be the fact that they view other humans as nothing but, you know, objects, playthings, you know, things to use and abuse. And, like, what greater way to like use and abuse somebody than to eat them? But yeah, it's twisted. It's twisted, and it's really hard to understand because it's so outside of the normal psychology of a person. It's just far and away very different. One of the things that kind of helps to understand it is if you think about the logic that, like, cannibalistic tribes will use, where they eat their enemies. And a lot of what that is it's just a power play. So I guess in a way it's about feeling dominant over other people. Like you are an apex predator. You're at the top of the food chain. You feel me? I feel like that explains it pretty well. But it's like, yeah, you have to be a pretty sick and twisted person to get that far gone. What do I know? I'm stupid. Don't listen to anything I say. I'm a fucking idiot. Why would you take any of what I have to say into consideration? I have no idea what I'm talking about. I hope they're still here. I hope whoever put that in the question box is still here. I would love to talk to them. I'll be your friend. I know you tried to come in here and be mean to me, but I will be your friend because I feel like you need me as a friend more than you need me as a foe. Would you get a doctorate if it was free? I think about getting a doctorate even though it is expensive. But yeah, the ridiculous expense of it is a factor. It's like, what's another 6 figures of student loan debt? You know, what's another 100 grand? For free? Sure. Why not? I feel very confident in my ability to obtain a doctorate if I were to go back to school, but part of me is just like, the only reason why I would get it is just to flex on people. And I don't think that's a very good reason. I feel like a lot of people go the distance and they get like a PhD just so that they can have the title, just so that they can flex on people. Well, also, if you already have an area of interest or research, yeah, that's basically like in many fields of study, and I would say this goes for psychology especially, is like you learn the theory, you learn the techniques, and you learn all of that in your master's program. PhD programs are about, you know, doing research and learning more about research methods and how to conduct experiments, and it's about like going off on your own research ventures into the world of psychology, which is kind of what I'm doing here. I do a lot of research for the show. I do a lot of research, and I feel like I learn a lot just by doing what I do here. You know what I should do is I should just start calling myself doctor, because that's free. One thing that I've heard from streamers who go to therapy is that the therapists don't really get it. They don't really understand what it's like to be an influencer or a content creator or a live streamer. They just don't really understand it. Like, you want to talk about the feelings you get, you want to talk about parasocial behaviors, you want to talk about anxiety, and their recommendation is, well, why don't you quit? Why don't you turn it off? Why don't you just not do that thing that's making you anxious? And it's like, that's not really helpful. Yeah, if I often think about what I would give my dissertation on if I were to get a doctorate, and I think I would want to do something that's like meta but also kind of funny to me. Like, why I got a doctorate just so that I could lord over people and feel a sense of superiority. Why I got a doctorate just to make people take me more seriously. The thing about it is that academia is a nightmare. It's it's an academia beyond a certain point just kind of sucks. And it's just a bunch of overinflated egos just trying to validate their own intelligence to each other, and it's just like, okay, we're just standing around smelling each other's farts. Would you ever bring your mom or dad on for a stream? Open invitation. Mom, Dad, you ever want to come on the show? You know my number. Call me or text me. They won't. They won't, though. They won't, though. That's the problem. Want to go home so bad. Is your direct supervisor still at the office? I can't tell you how many days I left work early because my immediate supervisor left. There were some days when I would go out to lunch and I just wouldn't go back to work, and no one noticed. So it's 6 o'clock here, which means it's 4 o'clock there, and you get off at 5 o'clock, so 4 o'clock is basically 5 o'clock. You should go talk to your boss and be like, do you mind if I step out a few minutes early? I need to get to the bank before they close. One of the dumbest things about America is that banks are open from 9 to 5, and so if you work from 9 to 5, you can't go to the bank. Like, yeah, I gotta go to the bank before they close. There was an issue with my checking account, and I have to go talk to them. They put a freeze on my account. I gotta go get this sorted out. Otherwise, I can't buy dinner. Not me telling you to lie. I think it's morally okay to lie to your boss. You don't owe them anything. They should pay you more money. Now I'm just being reckless. Did we already talk about narcissistic parents? I was working on the set I'm designing for school. Oh, G&G, you weren't here for it. We've had such a great talk today. I was hoping you'd be here for it. But yeah, we've been talking about it a lot today. Do you have any questions about it? Or any, because I don't mind repeating some things. Singawe Atvenya Dabadi Abado Imawe. That's Beaver. Sometimes I tease him. Sometimes I tease him a little bit. That's how cats play with each other, if you've ever noticed, is like they'll be teasing each other. They'll be like bopping each other, they'll like sneak up on each other and be like, and then they run away. So yeah, he's such a sweet boy. I tease him a little bit, but he doesn't mind it. It's just us playing. As for questions, I'm actually going to see my mom in a couple days, and I have to remain natural to her attitude. It will only be a couple days, but I'm not looking forward to it. I should. Maybe we'll go to the Titanic Museum. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. What is it that you are concerned that your mother is going to do? One of my favorite things to do when engaging with a narcissist is not take them as seriously as they demand to be taken. So when they try to be shady or they try to put you down, just like treat it as if they're joking. Just be like, oh, you're so funny. Do you have anything nice to say? You know, just rise above it and just see it for what it is. This is just an insecure person trying to cope with their insecurities, and I don't need to play that game. I can play my own game. Whenever she brings up trans things and she comes out very turfy and doesn't accept my identity of myself, but hopefully it won't come up. How do we handle turfs? How do we handle turfs? Turfs are just... I guess what I would say is something along the lines of, I hope that society never puts you in a position where you have to question the validity of your identity. But oh wait, it does, because you're a woman and you were only able to vote as of the last 100 years. And you still don't get paid at the same rate that men do. And you also suffer in the medical field because most of our medical research has been conducted on men, and our understanding of women's health and their reactions to medications and surgical procedures is woefully lacking. Oh wait, your identity is being invalidated. Sucks, doesn't it? Maybe we should change that. Maybe we should make it so that you don't have to suffer because of who you are. Wouldn't that be nice? Wow, I put on the sunglasses and I got fucking mean. Did you hear this? Where did this come from? These sunglasses, they do something to me. That person who said I sounded stupid, you're lucky I wasn't wearing my sunglasses. I would have fucked you up. You would have needed therapy when I was done with you. I have the power to fix you, but I also have the power to break you. I'm joking, it's just jokes. I would never do that. It's jokes. It's just jokes. We're just being funny. What's really important for people to understand is that the front lines for social justice continue to move. By protecting the most vulnerable and the most marginalized people within our society, you are protecting yourself. Because after they're done with the trans people, guess who they're coming for next? They're coming for the rest of the LGBT, and then they're coming for women, and then they're coming for people who can't reproduce or work. You know, it's a slippery slope. You gotta protect our most vulnerable. I still love her, but it's hard knowing she can't love all of me. Do you love all of her? This is why love is complicated. Love is complicated. Like, we want to be loved entirely, as we are. You don't need to be loved entirely in order to feel love. So accept love in the shape and forms that it comes in, but also be willing to, find more satisfying avenues to find that level of acceptance that you're looking for. Unconditional total love is kind of rare. And the thing is that's normally something that you get from your mother or from your grandmother. It's like, when I think of unconditional love, I think of my grandma, or I think of my mom. But sometimes what I've noticed is that sometimes moms can be in like they can have like a competitive relationship with their daughters. I don't know. I don't want to speak on this too much because I'm not a woman, I'm not a daughter, and I'm not a mother. But it's just something I've noticed. And like, don't get me wrong, like dads do the same thing with their sons. They get into these like competitive relationships. If you want true unconditional love, get a dog. Human love is complicated. Dog love is pretty straightforward. You give me food, you give me pets, you give me a warm place to sleep, I will love you forever. We talked a little bit about how to deal with narcissists when they come at you with some bullshit. And honestly, some of the best ways to handle that is to just be like, go on. Tell me more. What do you mean by that? Explain it for me. Just putting them in a position where they have to explain their logic and explain their beliefs to you. Just approach it from a position of curiosity. Don't let them put you down, because that's what they're trying to do, and you're not here to give them what they want. Also, you know what it is that they're doing that for. You know why they're trying to put you down, so that they can feel better about themselves. So don't give them that. Instead, just try to have some fun with it. Oh? Go on. Tell me more. And why do you think that is? So how are you trying to make me feel right now? Tensions. Why do we sometimes act differently around certain people, and what does that say about who we really are? Who we're with, what situations we're in, or what the expectations of us are. For example, you might wear a different mask when you're at work, you might wear a different mask when you're hanging out with your friends, you might wear a different mask when you're hanging out with your family, or when you're out in public. And then you have your true, real, honest, genuine self that you might save for only 1 or 2 people in your entire life. And sometimes we never show this version of ourselves to other people, that real, true, genuine version of ourselves. And many of us are still trying to figure out who exactly that person is. This reminds me of a old Japanese proverb. The Japanese say that you have 3 faces. The first face you show to the world. The second face you show to your close friends and family. The third face you never show anyone. It's the truest reflection of who you are. You. She'll spin out and dig a deeper hole if I ask, oh, and how is that supposed to make me feel? She'll double down and that just turns into a temper tantrum. Then let her throw a temper tantrum. Let her throw a temper tantrum. And then you can say stuff like, you seem pretty upset right now. Is there anything I can do to help? Do you want to talk about it? You seem really stressed. Are you doing okay? It can be helpful to view your parent as a person rather than viewing them as your parent. Because there's a lot that is implied when it comes to thinking about this person as my parent versus looking at them as another human being. This could be a stranger on the street. Adopting that approach helps us to be more objective. Like if I was walking down the street and someone was treating me the way that my parent treats me, would I stand for that behavior? Absolutely not. I would walk away. I wouldn't engage. I wouldn't play that game. I'd get out of there. You can't be the only one in the relationship with your parent that wants to make it work. Like, well, but it's my parent. I can't abandon them. It's like, haven't they abandoned their parental duties a long time ago? It's normal to wear different masks, and there are different ways that you can look at it, different terms you can use to describe it. Switching. And part of that has to do with like cultural expectations. You know, like if you're at work, you're in a corporate environment, you have to be more professional. You have to act like a grown-up. Versus when you're hanging out with your friends and you can hang loose a little bit and you don't have to worry so much about being all, you know, professional. So what does this say about who we really are? That we're adaptable, that we're flexible, that we can find different ways to navigate through different circumstances. Humans are remarkably adaptable. It's one of the best things about us as a species, our adaptability. So that's to be celebrated. We should celebrate our adaptability. We don't have to look at this and say, oh, I'm being fake. Oh, I'm not being my true self. It's like, no, you are adapting to different. Think about your identity as a big, sparkly gem. And as you shine a light on that gem, the light will refract differently. Depending on the positioning, depending on the situation you're in, different aspects of your personality will shine. She says the last time I went, she had a sucky time because I was no fun. You know what? I would say, well, I had a good time. Well, I had fun. Like, don't criticize me for your inability to have a good time. I would love to meet some of these mothers. I believe I could help them. I don't know what it is, but Casey says I have old lady at Joshua, but you just talk to these old women and they just like, let me talk to her. I could help her out. It's stressful to grow up as a woman in the United States, okay? And we, you know, and you can't fault a person for trying their best and for trying to survive in a flawed system. You know, a system that is stacked against you. But that doesn't mean we don't have room for growth. That doesn't mean we can't try to be more compassionate and empathetic and kind. Just be mindful. How much suffering am I putting out into the world? There is no ethical consumption in capitalism, so we all contribute to the suffering that exists under this system. But it's about minimizing the amount of suffering that we cause. Suffering is unavoidable in life, but we should try to lessen that impact and show some compassion. Yes, you do. I'm proof. You know what? When Casey said that to me, I said, well, Casey, I hung out with my grandma all the time when I was young. My grandma babysat me for a long time, and I spent a lot of time just hanging out with my grandma. And so it's where I developed my old lady magic. I had a lot of like case management and therapist clients who were older women, and they always liked me. We always got along. I said you sound stupid, not I think you are stupid. What does it mean to sound stupid? Like my voice? Like the pitch? The timbre? The tone? The way that I speak? Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's the fact that I speak slowly and concisely. Sometimes people misinterpret speaking slowly for you being stupid. I see now. I think I get what you're trying to say. And I understand completely. Because the thing is, people will misappropriate fast speech with intelligence. This is why people think Ben Shapiro is smart. Because Ben Shapiro, he talks like this. He talks really rapidly, he talks at a high pace, and he doesn't stop speaking. That is the important part of it. As long as you keep speaking, people will drown in a continuous flow of bullshit. As long as you don't stop talking at all whatsoever, people will assume that you must be smart because you have a constant state of flow. You have words constantly coming out of your mouth. And so long as you have words constantly coming out of your mouth, people cannot assume that you are stupid because you have something to say, which must mean that you are smart. Now you see how I said all that thing? I said all those words, and I didn't really say anything at all. So many words, but to so small of an effect. There is a certain intelligence to be had in using as few words as necessary so that your point can be as clear as possible. That is what I strive to be. Concise. Also, I take subjects that people might not know anything about, and I have to simplify them and make them applicable to as wide of an audience as possible. And I feel like that also makes me smart. You know, just being able to explain things in terms that anybody can understand. I am deliberate with my speech. So, do you care to elaborate? Do you care to elaborate? Are you just gonna keep dropping these things anonymously, or are you actually gonna talk to me? I would just like to know in what way I sound stupid, so that I can really lean into it and sound even more stupider. Because you know what? There's a value to being underestimated. I would rather have people believe that I am stupid than be aware of how intelligent I am. Because I don't need their approval. I don't need their recognition. I would rather have them underestimate me so that they can be surprised by me. Sometimes in life you gotta be smart enough to play dumb. Does he sound stupid? That's what I want to know. I'm like, what about me sounds stupid? Is it my voice? Is it my dumb voice? I know, my voice is really whiny and really high-pitched and really nasally, and some people think that that's annoying. So I'm sorry. But no, I'm open to constructive criticism. I'm open to feedback, so please tell me. Elaborate. Why is the brain so easily influenced by things around us, and what makes us vulnerable to manipulation? Alright, let's talk about it. The brain. The brain relies on your body to determine how to feel. It's not just the thoughts that are rattling around in your head that determine what your mood is. It is also the comfort that you feel in your body or the discomfort that you might be feeling. all of your physical sensations, taste, touch, smell, sight, sound. Your brain is constantly trying to figure out, what the fuck is going on right now? What the fuck is all this shit? What the fuck is life? Here I'm a self-aware organic organism, and I'm living on a rock that's floating around a burning ball of... What? What? Huh? Your brain's trying to figure all that out. Your brain is trying to sort through all of that and figure out, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is going on here? And the way that your brain figures things out is by being sensitive to the things that are happening around it. We're very sensitive creatures. There have probably been times in your life where you felt sensory overload. You know, like too loud of music, too hot, too cold, too tight, too loose. How did I get here? This is not my beautiful car. This is not my beautiful wife. You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. And you may ask yourself, how did I get here? Right? That's what I'm asking, Beaver. What is all this? What is all of this? This is kind of trippy. Life is quite trippy. This is true. So why is the brain so easily influenced by things around us? Your body and your brain loves stimulation. It loves a mystery. It loves to try to figure out things and come up with answers to stuff. And so that's why it's easily influenced, is because it's distractible. It wants to reach out. It wants to connect. It wants to expand its knowledge. The brain is a curious little thing. So what makes us vulnerable to manipulation? Well, first off, our brains are highly suggestible. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you and I work together at an office. The way that I greet you and the way that I approach you can influence your mood, regardless of how your mood actually is whenever we meet. And I'll give you an example. Let's say we run into each other, and I say, "Hey, you look like you're having a great day. There's a spring in your step. You must have had some good news lately." See, that might actually help to lift your mood. You know, I might actually offer you a new perspective on your life just based on what it is I say to you. And your brain will take that into consideration and say, oh, this other person perceives me to be having a good day. Maybe I am having a good day. Conversely, the opposite also works. If we were working together and I come up to you and I say, wow, it looks like you've been through it. It looks like you're really having a rough time. Are you doing okay? You're probably going to be like, huh, I didn't think I was having that bad of a day. But if somebody noticed and somebody actually said something about it, then it must be pretty bad. And then you'll start mulling over what it is that's going on that's not working for you. Our brains are open to suggestion when it comes to how should I be feeling right now. So this is part of the reason why we're vulnerable to manipulation. And if we wanted to talk more about it, there's more I could go on about why manipulation works. There are different tactics and different aspects of it. Fear, coercion, control, conditioning, emotional dependence. You know, there's a lot that can go into what allows a person to be manipulated. But just approaching it from a general perspective, your brain is open to suggestion when it's trying to figure out, how do I feel right now? So just give some consideration to think, what suggestions am I giving to my brain? What sort of feelings am I feeding into my mind? How am I priming myself for different emotions? Am I dwelling too much on the past? Am I spending too much time being fearful of the future? Am I uplifting myself? Am I making myself feel good about myself? Am I supporting myself? You know, the way that you treat yourself affects your mood. And this is why practicing positive affirmations, positive self-talk, works in lifting your mood. Gosh darn it, I'm gonna teach you all to be nicer to yourselves, or I'm gonna die trying. How about this? Let's look at different manipulation tactics. Let's look. Manipulation tactics that abusers commonly use. Let's take a look. Manipulation tactics are specific ways that an emotional abuser attacks their victim. These tactics are used to control a person by eroding their self-confidence and cultivating a deep dependence on the abuser that makes leaving the relationship difficult. Common tactics include gaslighting and seeking control, but an abuser can use many other tactics to control their victims. Let's proceed. What is manipulation? It's a form of emotional abuse. It aims to exploit, control, and otherwise influence others to one's advantage. It targets and controls how someone feels, thinks, and behaves in order for the manipulator to get what they want. While manipulative behavior can come up in everyday situations, exhibiting a pattern of manipulation tactics is a sign of abuse. It may indicate that the abuser has a severe mental health disorder such as narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder. I just had the thought that I spend so much time in here and I'm always telling people not to feel bad about sharing, but I still sometimes think that if I share it's annoying / I'm just complaining / I have less to contribute to others if I'm complaining about my own stuff, and what if that impacts others in the space, which is irrational? Oh my god. Cutie cheeks. You leveled up. You leveled up. New milestone unlocked. Achievement unlocked. I need a sound effect that it's the achievement unlocked sound. You know the one I'm talking about? I need that sound effect, because that's what just happened. You just unlocked an achievement. That one, or I'm more familiar with the Steam achievement sound. That one. Achievement unlocked. Achievement unlocked. I realized that it's irrational to not show the same level of care and compassion to myself that I show to others. Achievement unlocked. The one from Final Fantasy. The victory fanfare. That's what it sounds like in my brain. Whenever I unlock an achievement, it sounds like this. W's in the chat for cutie cheeks. Throw up your W's. W's in the chat. All right, let's look at some signs you're being manipulated. Many manipulators are very skilled at making you believe they're doing nothing wrong. If you suspect you're being manipulated, think about how that person makes you feel after an interaction. The first sign to look out for is if you feel confused. You will rarely, if ever, be confused by someone who has nothing but pure, good, loving intentions with you. The second is if you feel hesitant or fearful to either address your confusion or to speak on your feelings openly. If you can't ask a question or express your needs without it becoming an argument, that's a red flag. When someone is defensive, they turn the tables, shift the blame, over-explain. It can be a sign that they are feeling caught. I need more W's. More W's. More W's. Where are my W's? Alright, let's look at some manipulation tactics. Number 1, gaslighting. Gaslighting is all about making you question yourself, including your memory, your trust in yourself, your sanity, what you're feeling, and even your own identity. This often shows up as the abuser using common gaslighting phrases like calling you crazy, or manipulating situations to instill doubt in yourself. A manipulator does this so you eventually automatically trust and do what they say without question, giving them ultimate control. Gaslighting manifests in all sorts of different forms, but it's basically, the underlying theme is that they are trying to make you question your sanity. They will say, hey, did you pick up eggs from the store? I told you we needed eggs. I told you we needed eggs. And then you say, I didn't get eggs. I didn't know we needed eggs. You didn't tell me to get eggs. And be like, I told you 3 times that we needed eggs. What are you talking about? How could you be so forgetful? Are you serious right now? I can't even tell you to get eggs without you just being so absent-minded? Another red flag there, you see what's happening is they will get upset and target you over stuff that might be relatively small scale. It's like, okay, why are you getting so mad at me because of eggs? Like, you need eggs? Let's go get eggs. It'll take 10 minutes. We'll be right back. We'll go get some eggs. But it's not about eggs. It's about having control over you. So that's gaslighting. Number 2, triangulation. Triangulation is when two people disagree and a third person gets pulled in to sway which side wins. A manipulator strategically uses triangulation to assure that their side wins the argument, which can include choosing a third person they know will agree with them, or front-loading the information to be more favorable towards their side. This encourages the victim to question the manipulator less frequently and to eventually stop questioning the manipulator altogether. It can also be used to increase the victim's feelings of isolation, which increases their dependence on the manipulator. My dad just straight up denies he said things, then I accused him of serious memory issues and he got mad. I mean, I would ask him, so you think I made it up? Do you think I made it up? Am I crazy? Am I feeling this way for no reason? Like, what's going on then? Because here's the thing. You will forget most of the things you say. You will forget most of the things you say. This reminds me of the time my neighbor's house got egged and he accused my family of doing it, so I got to shout out loud, "Eggs? What eggs?" because the neighbors started coming up to me shouting eggs. Like, why would you egg your neighbor's house? They're good, like... like, of all the people to accuse, it's like, it was probably a random egging. Like, is there anybody else you've made enemies with lately? My brain can't remember half the things I say in a day. My brain instantly deletes that shit. Yeah, it's because it doesn't need most of it, as it turns out. You don't need to remember every single word that you've ever said. That would be a waste of storage space. What's more important to remember is how you feel. And there's a quote. I want to say it's is it Ella Fitzgerald? Was it Maya Angelou? I forget who said it. But the quote was that people will forget what you said, they will forget what you do, but they will not forget how you made them feel. We don't get along, they called the cops on us because we left grass trimmings in the street. As if the police would do anything about that. You could just be like, that's not my grass, officer. That blew in from somewhere else. I don't know where. That's not my grass. We were framed, officer. Those are their grass clippings. They're trying to manipulate you. The officer that approached the house said, "You got someone who hates you, right?" It's like, of all the... That just makes you wonder. They've probably got some shit going on in their lives. And then they take it out on their neighbors. Like, oof. The person who egged them is probably somebody who pissed them off. Or who they pissed off, rather. Alright, number 3. Manipulation tactic number 3, projection. Projection. Projection is a psychological defense mechanism where a person puts their own feelings, characteristics, or desires onto another person. And this is something we all do from time to time. This is something that most people will do from time to time, but it's about catching yourself when you do it and trying to not do it. That's what it's all about. Because we operate under this assumption that other people think in a similar way to us, we have a brain, they have a brain, our brains must work in a similar way, and so we make some assumptions. Beaver? Beaver, come here. It's meowing. Projection could look like the manipulator saying, "You're so controlling," after the victim presents alternative activities or advocates to do something for themselves. The manipulator takes what they feel and wants and projects it onto the other person to avoid how it makes them feel or look. Number 4, controlling your life. The goal of manipulation is to increase control, but outside of controlling how you feel and behave, a manipulator can actually shape what your life and daily activities look like. They may control your access to money, which is financial abuse. They may prevent you from furthering your education, or even restricting what friends you can and cannot spend time with. They want to have control over all of the aspects of your life, not just some aspects of your life. Number 5, name calling. Pretty self-explanatory, but the point behind this is because it's about degrading your sense of self-esteem. It's about wearing you down. That's what manipulation is all about. Dehumanizing you. Oh my god, Beaver, you are... Hello? Beaver? Beaver, come here. Come here. What are you meowing about? What is it, boy? What is it, boy? Is Penny stuck in the well? What is it, baby bee? What is it? Beaver, what is it? Oh, hi, buddy. Oh. Beaver, meow? Meow. Meow for me. Come on. Come on, meow for me. Fine. He's got so much to say, but then I bring him up here to the microphone and he's just silent. It's like, all right, Beaver, I thought you wanted to be heard. When it comes to manipulation with name calling, returning to these things, it often starts in small, less offensive ways, and then builds in intensity. An important thing to remember is that manipulators and abusers very rare, they can't start off at full intensity. They have to build up. If they started from day one calling you names, accusing you of things, beating you up, you're gonna leave. Number 6, generalizations. This is when the traits of one person are applied to an entire group of people. So you'll see manipulators say things like, all women are like this. They make these generalizations about people. All women. And they do that as a way of making you feel less about yourself. So in a way, this encourages the victim to act or present themselves in a way that the manipulator sees as agreeable or easiest to control. They'll say things like, women these days, they need to be at home, raising children, doing things that women are supposed to do. They're supposed to fill these roles or whatever. And it's like, all right, bozo. Number 7, moving the goalposts. This is one of those things that you'll see in manipulators where it's like, you can't get a win. Nothing is ever good enough. You could do everything that they wanted you to do, and they will still find something to criticize you over. Like, oh, you got the cake and the balloons and the hats and the plates and the silverware, but You didn't get the right color tablecloth. It completely goes against the theme of the party. It clashes with everything else. This tablecloth is terrible. It's the wrong shade of blue. What were you thinking? Can't you do anything right? They just can't give you a win. You can do everything right and they'll find something to complain about because they just can't give you a win. Or they change the rules midway through. They change the rules midway through. They tell you in the morning, they're like, hey, I want steak for dinner. And then dinner rolls around and you're cooking steak and they're like, where's the lobster? I told you I wanted surf and turf. How am I supposed to have steak without a lobster tail? This is a tactic that is used to get a person in a constant state of chasing the approval of the manipulator. Number 8, love bombing. When a person bombards somebody with affection, intense emotions, and an excess of their time and energy. This includes gift giving, making elaborate declarations of admiration, and spending all of one's time and energy on pleasing the victim. They'll do things like, let's say you're out at a gathering with friends and they'll make an announcement like, hey, everybody, I just want to let you know this is the greatest person in the world, my partner. I couldn't do anything without them. They are so wonderful and I'm so lucky to have them. They will also use this as a way of re-earning trust if they take their abuse too far. Let's say that they take it too far and you start thinking about leaving. That's when they might start love bombing you. Like, I planned us a surprise trip. We're going to Paris. I know you've always wanted to go. And so I booked us a flight. I got us a hotel. And we're leaving in a week. So it's a technique to get people to stay. And it's also a technique to build people's trust. Number 9, changing the subject. This one's pretty straightforward. If you start talking about something, they'll use it as a passive-aggressive tactic to punish a person or make him feel devalued. When the victim makes a valid point in a conversation or receives a compliment from another person, a manipulator will change the subject to prevent them from gaining any confidence. They're trying to steal your W's. In layman's terms, a manipulator cannot afford to give you any W's. They like to give you L's and they like to keep you chasing the W's. And so when you do earn a W, what a manipulator will do is they will redirect the conversation so that they can get the W and you cannot. Number 10, playing on insecurities. Manipulators are highly skilled at knowing what people's insecurities are and intensifying them. They will often use things such as shame to make a person feel inadequate. Shame is a powerful emotion, and most people try to avoid it because it feels like shit. Instead, they use this to their advantage. Rickman states, the most common tactic is for someone to learn your unique triggers or sensitivities and use those against you. Some people are naturally very good at studying you and learning exactly what buttons to press to manipulate you. For example, if you had a childhood where you didn't feel important because you had a selfish or self-absorbed parent, accusing you of being selfish would be an excellent manipulation tactic. This is because it will press on a deep childhood wound, and so you will question yourself and be motivated to do what makes it not appear selfish. Number 11, the silent treatment. When used intentionally, this is also a manipulation tactic. You just shut down communication. You withhold affection, you withhold communication. 12, passive aggressiveness. When someone says or indicates something without outright saying what they mean. This could be sarcasm, pouting, backhanded compliments. Some of you have probably experienced some of this stuff firsthand. Like, wow, I really like that outfit you got. It's a shame that you weren't able to get a size lower. Or, wow, you'd look really great in this outfit if you were thinner. Like that kind of shit. Number 13, being dismissive or diminishing. When the victim makes a valid contribution in group discussions or has a success, a manipulator can react with a dismissing or diminishing comment in order to maintain control. This can look like giving reasons for why the success was not earned or why their victim's valid comment is unworthy of others' attention and consideration. Number 14, treating you like a child. They'll talk down to you. They'll infantilize you. They'll treat you like you're less capable. And this is also one of the reasons why manipulative and abusive people will target younger or more naive people. You know, if you're in your mid-30s and you're trying to date 20-year-olds, it's like, why are you doing this? Is it because you want to manipulate them? Probably. It's a form of gaslighting that's specifically geared towards reducing the victim's trust in themselves to handle responsibility. This can come in the form of talking down to a person like they're less intelligent, stepping in and taking over the middle of a task the person is capable of doing on their own, or physically treating them like they're incapable of certain tasks. Number 15, blaming the victim for the abuse. When a victim of emotional abuse speaks up, it's common for the manipulator to shut it down by convincing them that they've done something to earn the emotional manipulation. Sometimes referred to as DARVO, which we've talked about before, but it's been a little while, and it stands for deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. They turn it around and they put it on you. This often comes down to, you should have known better because of XYZ reasons. You should have known not to get me upset because you know I can't handle my anger. They're blaming you for the abuse. 16, using guilt trips. Something along the lines of, if you decide to go out with your friends tonight, I'm going to feel lonely and sad. The long-term goal is to convince you to not do that thing again in the future without discussing it with them first. Number 17, threats and coercion. You could say, if you do this, I'm going to leave. If you do this, I'm going to hurt myself. That's also something people will do. They will threaten to hurt themselves. So anyway, these are 17 manipulation tactics. Any questions? Any questions? Any Qs? Ws? Ls? Beaver? Alright, it's dinner time. It's dinner time, gamers. It's dinner time, so I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll hopefully be on time tomorrow. I was late today, but I'll hopefully be on time tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope we learned a thing or two. Hope we learned some stuff. Have a great night, everybody. If you're not in the Discord yet, be sure to join the Discord. And we'll see you all next time. Nighty night, everybody. Don't forget your homework. It's due tomorrow. All right. Goodbye. See you next time.